Okay, ladies and gentlemen, mein guten Tag. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, we are live and we are in the Philippines, baby. And we're going to talk about one of my favorite subjects, actually, because this is the kind of stuff that just gets me going. And I'm just copying some stuff from a page so that I could post it. I was at the top of the. Now I'm gonna cut a link that I have in a Word document so that you guys can watch this too. And then here's the link right here. Okay, this is the link to the report. Now I know no one is on the live stream yet. Scott, Daisy is fine. Daisy and I just went out and tied down for the roof of the of this house that I built. The house is 12 by 12, 11 foot 6 by 11 foot 6, and I put a 16 by 16 foot tarpaulin, an industrial grade tarpaulin on the roof with the eyelets, and it's like a rubberized canvas, but the sun beats up the strapping, and we're supposed to have there's a Hurricane 5 alert for about 200 miles north of us. So we just finished tying down the roof. I put new strapping. Daisy, give me the strapping, honey, the green stripe, just one piece, honey. And then, so that's what we did. Took about 2 hours. And that's what we were up to this morning. And then Daisy made some fresh vegetables. Jimmy Dory, I don't know if bebots is out of jail. I seriously doubt that bebots is ever going to get out of jail. We used this. I took it off the containers that I shipped from America to the Philippines. It's an industrial grade nylon banding. Probably has a tensile strength of at least 300 to 500 pounds or maybe more. Hello, Joshua. Okay, so that's what we've been up to. Okay, now Jimmy asked if he out of jail. I don't know. I don't think he's ever going to get out of jail. I don't think he's even going to spend one day out of jail. That's what the live stream is about. I want to try to get maybe a police officer from the Philippines or somebody that understands law better than me for sure. And Philippines law would be even better. I really wanted to kind of find out somebody that knows more about that than I do. Honey, here, take this, put this back together if you can. Here's the screw that fell out. The small screwdrivers are in the thing. Daisy's going to fix my glasses. So I wanted to get like maybe a Filipino lawyer or somebody that understands law to explain in this live stream whether or not this man is ever going to get out of jail. Now, the link that I gave you should work, and that's to his arrest, and it's in Visaya. But when you look at that video, there are other links that won't fit into this description box because they're longer than 140 characters. But you can also, hold on a minute, I'm going to give you his actual physical real name. Hello, Joshua. Okay, so, all right, I have it here somewhere. I have to scroll down a little bit. Nope, I have to scroll up a little bit. Okay, hold on, guys. I'm getting you that fella's real name. Okay, Mark Christian Catlin. Okay, now I'm going to copy and paste this. Okay, thank you. I'm going to copy and paste it, and then I'm going to post it in the description box. I think this one is in English. This one should show up in English. You can't open the link. All right. Gary, just spoke with Gary on the phone. All right. This is the fella's name. Tim Foster. That's his name. If you Google that, it's definitely going to come up. That's his name and age. Dave Exline. Hello, Dave. Dave, and Scott, and Gary Bonoya, and Scott Del Fuego. There's three men from the that are associated with the Patreon account, but who I've become friends with over the months that we have been regularly communicating. Well, actually, Dave is the first person I met. He helped me out by defending the fact that I was not murdered by Daisy May in the Philippines or killed by Daisy May's family. And he was the only person on the entire of all my subscribers that said Mike is not dead. Maybe his computer's down. Maybe there was a storm. Maybe his just doesn't feel like going online. While everybody else in the Philippines had me as deceased, Dave was the one who stuck up for me like a champ, man. He never once doubted that I was still alive because there was no proof otherwise. Scott has become a very good friend over the months that I've met him. He's just the kind of person. He's a working man, and as is Gary Bonoya. He's a working man also. Okay, so what I'm trying to, the point of this video is to try to get somebody that has a law enforcement background in the Philippines to tell me so that I can say or pass the information along. Will this fella who's been arrested for alleged child trafficking, alleged child molestation, alleged sex acts with a minor, alleged prostitution with a minor, alleged perversion, some sort of perversion charge with a minor, will he ever get out of jail on what we call in America bail? So if someone can answer that question. Okay, well, that's Scott Del Fuego. A guy named Mark Schabbrook was sentenced in Cebu this spring for life in a very similar situation. And there's a CNN article on it. So I would imagine, Dean, that name is unique. If you Google that, that would give us some information. Thank you, Scott. Scott is he's excellent at doing research for a multitude of reasons. Edward T. Lugo. Yes, I can. They could take my computer apart. They could look at every single video that I've watched and every single link that I have used in the last, since I've been on the internet in 2003. I have never been to a porno site. I've had people in my house that turned on porno videos while I was in like another room or something like that, maybe 4 or 5 times that I know of. And I have never been on one of those places. And bebots, I think I watched probably, to be honest, I might have watched a dozen of his videos, but no more than that. And the guy got me sick. Just the whole concept of what he was doing. Because see, I'm from New York. I can look at you for 15 seconds and see what you're up to. But in 15 minutes, I understand everything there is to know about you. When you're making, it's a public display of sexual abuse. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to see what this guy was doing. Okay, so there is nobody that with half a brain that couldn't see that the girls are underage. Now, the debate is what I've learned since he's been arrested. The debate is that the consensual age for sex in the Philippines is 14 years old. However, that is consensual sex between a 14-year-old an up to, but not including an 18-year-old. So a 17-year-old could have sex with a 14-year-old or vice versa. But someone over the age of 18 cannot have sex with a girl or a boy under if they're over 18, they cannot have sex with a 14-year-old. Maybe if they were boyfriend and girlfriend, they could, but I don't know. So that's what I'm asking. If there's a lawyer or a Philippines police officer, you don't have to acknowledge that you're a lawyer or an officer. If you could give us the exact premise of what he was arrested for and whether or not the big question is whether or not he will ever get out of jail, even on what we call in America on bail. You pay the lawyer and you get out of jail for until the trial comes. Personally, I don't think he will. Now, Rick Downing has been a long-term subscriber, and he said warm greetings from Miami. Good morning, Rick. Okay. Edward Lugo said that this guy, I don't remember his name, Mark Christian Catley, has a lot of videos. So digressing back, I've watched, I could be a dozen videos, but the guy got me sick. Now, a lot of people said they reported him. I never went through that kind of trouble because he had so many videos. If he wasn't reported by the time I decided that I should not get involved with it, now I'm getting involved with it because it's fun, because now he's where he belongs, in my opinion. Okay, so Tim G, a lot of people are in that consensus, Tim G, that he's where he belongs. Okay, I'm going to tell you my Paco story in a few minutes when we get a few more people on here. Somebody remind me to tell you about my friend Paco. Paco would put him in a place where now this is all alleged, but Paco was the kind of guy that would put you in a whole nother world where there were two choices. And Paco has a solution that probably, I would think if this guy, Mark Christian Catley, 45 years of age, if he had a choice between going to jail for life in the Philippines or the Paco solution, let's just call it the Paco solution, I would think, I couldn't tell you. It would be a toss up. But the Paco solution is an excellent alleged solution for a problem like this. So Gary Pooler says he hopes he rots in jail. I don't think there's going to be even one person that sides with this man. But the big question is, will he be allowed to get out on bail if there's a Filipino judge or a lawyer present? Can you give us the Philippines law? All right, now Edgardo Tilugo says that's what the FBI is doing to Trump's lawyer Michael Cohen's computers, cell phones, and the feds got it all. Yeah, well, yeah, of course they have every you can put in the words Zolar Craft, Zolarcraft. It's one of the first articles I ever wrote on the internet. I don't know when I published it. It was one of my companies, my deck building company in New York City. Just put the word Zolarcraft into Google, and it brings you back to an article from 1984. Well, that's when my company originated, but there's like 3 articles prior to the 1995 mark where I went online and that I wrote, and every word that I wrote in 1995 comes up on the computer if you Google Zolarcraft. So everything is saved. Everything is saved. There's nothing that ever went on a computer that isn't there. Body thing, who was Bebot. Why don't you take a few minutes and look at the name that I put in the description box? I'll put it in there again. That's his name. It's in the description box, body thing. Take a few minutes and Google that name, and then you can come back and give us your opinion. Okay, thanks for asking, but it's the name will bring you to the situation we're discussing. Now, Pamela Carr, I know you. I know your name. Duterte is going to pass a brutal law response to this. Sicko. And well, he should. I don't like to get involved with the politics of the Philippines and Americans. Personally, I have my opinion about Mr. Duterte. I think he's doing a great job. Okay, I I think that man, when he tells the Pope to take a walk, and when he tells Obama to take a walk, I think because Obama was a liar. Everybody knows Obama was a liar. It's been 10,000 times it's been proven. But Duterte is a man. He's a man. There's no doubt. Some things he does is probably not so on the up and up, but no politician can be a politician without bending the rules. So some people break some rules, but they not necessarily a bad thing. It's just bending or breaking the rules. I'm all good with that. So, Mr. Duterte, he might pass a special law, according to Pamela, just for this guy. And well, he should. Okay. Now, I see other people. I saw a couple of other people talk about this fella. Nobody likes him. Nobody ever liked him. And the other people I saw talking about him was a radio show with about 5 guys. And some of those men even reported him years ago, but nothing happened. So I had my opinion yesterday why nothing happened. I just think they were just watching everybody that this fellow, Mark Christian Catley, talked to. If he sent out an email, I figured they were collecting the metadata from that email. He sent out pictures, who he sent the pictures to, who they sent the pictures to, who they sent the pictures to. And, the metadata tells you where it was posted from, what computer, what IP address, and all that nonsense about the fact that you can subdue your IP address where no one would know where it was coming from. I guess it's possible, but I doubt it would be possible for Mark Christian Catley. I think you have to have a little more computer savvy than that. And even if he paid somebody, it's still all there. Everything is there. Everything you ever posted is there. If Google was to say, if Google opened up, the NSA opened up and said, every time I said the word Obama, every time, let's say they said, let's do a search for Michael Fazio talking about Obama this or Obama that, because Obama's like this and like that. It's like the wind, it goes both ways. And everybody knows this, it's a fact. So if they have said Obama, it could come up with the exact amount of times I said Obama on the internet. Whether it be, they could do it for video only, they could do it for speech recognition, or they could even do it for somebody else that posted my videos also. Everything is there. So we're looking for a conclusion here. We're looking for somebody that knows the law. Okay, yeah, okay. Well, let's go back to the comments. Michael Shannon says Michael Shannon says, I watched one of his videos and I thought, comma, he is pimping out these girls, question mark. He is where he belongs. I could see that back when I watched his first video. And I was like wondering, I did some research probably if that's allowed. I don't remember what my conclusion was. But since then, I'll restate what I said before. Sex between 14-year-olds and up to 17-year-olds is allowed. If you're over 18, you can't have sex with somebody under 17. I think if you have their parents' permission, that's allowed, like if you were a boyfriend and a girlfriend. But I'm looking for a lawyer to give me this information so I could I'll verbalize it. There's one thing I'm really good at is verbalizing stuff. So, all right, so now Edgardo Tilugo said, for your information, the news stated that he was a lawyer. And actually, in the link I provided before, when you look at, he's handcuffed, the police have him draped over the bed in his underwear, naked. Well, he has his underwear on. But as the police walked into the room, the police officer in charge said he was videotaping the naked girls. And that's in the news. I don't, you don't see that, but that's alleged to have happened. However, however, when he's arrested and now he's standing there handcuffed like this, trying to tell the police that he's a video vlogger in the Philippines and he's trying to help these girls. Okay, that would fall in line with Edgardo Tilugo's fact or statement that what's this guy's name? I can't remember. When I don't like somebody, I can't remember their name, and that's the truth. People tell me their name. Mark Christian Catley. Now that would be something that a lawyer would say, and the way a lawyer would say it, this guy just got arrested, just got draped over the bed, guns drawn, walked into the room, naked girls, video cameras, several police officers honing in on him with a weapon, and he's standing there calm as day saying, I was just trying to help these girls. And then he starts talking in Visayas, which I don't know what he said. He was trying to explain why a 39 or 40-year-old man is in a room with 14-year-old girls naked videotaping. I couldn't explain it to my mother. I couldn't explain it to my father. Those would be the only two people I would have ever cared what they thought. And if I couldn't explain that to them, then I probably wouldn't do it. Because, well, I'm Italian. Italians have a wide latitude of earning money as a young adult or even an adult. But child prostitution in my family would not be one of incorporated into that wide latitude. That would be a topic for another day. Okay, so I'm going to go back down here, and thank you for the information, Edgardo Tilugo. Okay, Gary Bonoya was on the road in Arizona in a desert. Right now, as I'm saying this, Gary's in a road on a desert in Arizona, not so far from where I lived. And I lived in Flagstaff, and I lived in Sedona. And he's running a truck across the desert for Walmart. That's his job. And we just got off the phone. I told him I gotta go. I got this idea for a live stream about this piece of I could say a lot of things about this guy, but I'm gonna discuss the Paco solution. The Paco, okay, so picture a large piece of garbage that's shaped like a turd with arms and legs. And that's what this guy, hold on. Mark Christian Catley, age 45 is. See, I can't remember your name if I don't like it. That's the thing. That you want to hear a little side story, okay? People tell me their name. I tell them I'm not going to remember your name. And they say, why not? It's because, did you give me money? Like I'm talking about, I'm a contractor. I'm a licensed contractor. Did you give me money? No. Well, why would I remember your name? Am I sleeping with your wife? What do you mean? Well, why would I remember your name? I would remember your name if I was sleeping with your wife. I mean, with your permission, of course. But to remember your name if you don't give me money, or if I don't give you money, why would I remember your name? So when I don't like you, you can tell me your name twice a week. I won't remember your name. And I don't like this guy. There he is again. Okay, I don't like this guy, Mark Christian Catley. I don't like Neighbor Bob either. Oh no, Neighbor Bob I like. Oh, Neighbor Bob is my friend. Okay, we talk on the phone. Neighbor Bob is my friend. That other guy, the one, the only, the Bob, he's blocked. That man says something stupid twice a day, and I have to sit here and read his comments. Neighbor Bob. The one, the only, the Bob, he's gone. And good riddance. That man posts something each day. His video posts and his words get dumber and dumber. The man put a video of him in his underwear talking about perverts dancing, a grown 50-year-old man dancing in his underwear, saying that he was a better dancer than Daisy, shaking his booty around. Okay, it ain't even funny. It's sick. It's demented. It's twisted. You'd have to be sick, demented, or twisted. In the venue that he did it, it's a sick, twisted, demented thing. When I goof around and dance with Daisy, that's all in fun. But this guy's all by himself in a bedroom with no woman, garbage all over the place, and then dancing around in his underwear. Honey, come here. You want to say hello?
Hello, everyone.
My beautiful girl, Daisy May. Yeah, if you saw her 2 days, what's today? 2 days ago when she got off the plane, the video that's Daisy coming out of the airport is it's not pretty. Daisy had a headache. She was nauseous. Tell him. Go ahead, you tell him.
What I will tell?
I look at her and I'm going, wait a minute. Let me take a look. Hold on. Let me take a look. Is that Daisy? I didn't recognize it. She had a hair in a ponytail like this, but on the other side, on the left side, and she painted her eyebrows with this brown varnish that glows in the dark, like sparkly. No, I'm only kidding. No sparkles. And she had a head down, and I'm going, she's really cute. She looks a lot like Daisy, but that ain't Daisy. I couldn't see because I didn't have my glasses on, of course, and I couldn't see till she was right up on me, and then she was like, it's like something bad happened, but it was she had motion sickness from the airplane. She had gotten up at 3 o'clock in the morning. She was at the airport at 4 o'clock in the morning, so she didn't miss a flight. And the flight didn't leave till 7. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
3 hours in the airport, so she didn't want to miss the plane. She wanted to make sure.
And it's nice also that you will go early because when it's 6 o'clock in the morning, it's very traffic.
Ah, that's right. She explained that to me. In Davao, where she was at the airport in Davao, the traffic at 6 o'clock in the morning is heavy. So she thought ahead to not be in traffic because Daisy, when Daisy wants to, she can be genius right across the board. However, that being said, would you like to say anything? Did you enjoy your vacation?
Yeah, I did enjoy my vacation.
She enjoyed her vacation immensely. I gave her a couple of a 16 gig card and an 8 or 4.
8.
8. 24 gigs for her cell phone, and she has almost that filled up with videos that will be posted towards the end of the week. As soon as I get some things cleared up here, because if we get disconnected again, we have a Category 5 hurricane in the Philippines, 250 miles north of us, and we might not have internet for a week. If the storm hits and doesn't go where they say it's going to go, only in Manila, and it comes here where I can feel a low pressure area, we might not have electric or water for a week. So if I disappear for a week, it's because we have a hurricane equal to that, a typhoon equal to that of Yolanda. Okay, so I'm going to go back to the comments. You can put this on. Okay, so we were up to the news. Edgardo Tilugo says that. Oh boy, where's that guy's name? I'll have to post it again. Mark Christian Catley, 45, is a lawyer. Okay, so Edgardo Tilugo, hey, Rabbi Zoloff is the name of my medication. I have no idea why you even state something like that. I know it's a joke, ha ha ha, but are you asking me if I'm on medication? Is that your question? Okay, he's going. I'm not on medication. Some people insinuate things like that, and Why, I don't know. Can't anybody just be 62 years old with a high mental spirit, higher than most people because of the lifestyle I live, which is basically 100% straight and clean? And I got a really nice lady, living with a nice lady where we get along just fine. I just have a good attitude until somebody says something stupid. I Now I'm not saying that you said anything stupid, but yesterday there was a guy that just his ignorance was overwhelming. I had to quell that ignorance with quell means slow it down, stop it, negate it with a little bit of New York City arrogance. Worked quite well. I thought it worked quite well, but the idiot kept posting. When I asked him, I said, please don't post anymore. I don't want to read any more of your comments. And he kept, but I'm your number one subscriber. I don't want to, you're taking time away from more important things. So getting back to more important things. If somebody has an important question or information as to whether or not somebody can go to jail for all of the charges that this guy, Mark Christian Catley, went to jail for, will he ever will he ever get out of jail even for one day, or does he stay in jail for the rest of his life? That is the $64 million question. All right, so yeah. You can't see some of my old friends. He asked if he could see some of my old friends. I got news for you. Even for me to see some of my old friends, they're leery about that. I've been away so long, they don't know what's going on. I called up some people last time I was in New York. Why do you want to say hello? We've been friends for 30 years. Yeah, I know, but things change, Mike. They're worried about me saying something about the old days and recording. Anyway, um, Neshifis. Bebots only needs to be shot. Nah, not shot, dude. He needs to live. I don't know. Oh, the Paco solution. Now, Paco, let me hold on. Nah, I don't miss Queens. I miss the old days, but the old days are never coming back. So why would you miss Queens? The old days are gone, so there's nothing to miss. Bob, neighbor Bob, neighbor Bob. Okay, Bob. Thanks for saying hello. You know I love you. He, I, he's a good guy, Bob. Hardworking man. Puts out a lot of good videos on health because he was such a sickly person due to the chemical poisoning that he had. So if you want to see about many different solutions to medical conditions caused by chemical poisoning, neighbor Bob has a massive amount of information on his channel and possible cures. All right, so Bob, good night. Say good night. Me owe you money, forget about it. Okay, so what we're going to do is I'm going to just try to stick with I want intelligent questions. Me owe you money? Forget about it. Okay, I think that was what he wanted. Forget about it. What? Who you look at? No. Anyway, I don't want to get involved with that. So, Robert Carbone, am I going to marry Daisy? Tell you what, Robert, I don't know. Okay, I don't see the reason to get married. First of all, well, maybe we're going to get married, and maybe not. But I'm not going to treat Daisy any differently than if I was married or not married. Now, if we have children, and we're going to have children, all the whatever investments are going to go under Daisy and the children's name. But to get married, I don't know. I've never been married. I plan on marrying Daisy if everything works out well. So far, everything's working out well. But we're going to finish the hotel, and we're going to have some children, and then we're going to get married proper with a proper wedding. Okay, we're not getting married with 15 people in a shack on a beach. We're going to have a proper wedding. And hopefully our children will be there to watch it. Okay, I'm not in any hurry to get married. I waited this long. I could wait another couple of years. Okay, so, but what is it of your concern, first of all? Who exactly are you? that it concerns you. Are you married, Robert Carbone? Robert Carbone. There's a Carbone family I know in Howard Beach, but are you married? How many times have you been married? You want to ask me personal questions? Let's get some of your personals up here on YouTube, baby. Let's see some of your personals. Give me a couple of names. Have you ever been in Tooties? Have you ever been in Tooties? Tell me, Robert. Let's see how well connected you are. You have a Carbone name. Have you ever been in Tooties? Have you ever been in the club on 101st Avenue? Come on, throw me a couple of names out there. You're a nobody on YouTube. Let's make you somebody. Okay. Yes, Robert Carbone. We are waiting for your answer. Otherwise, that will be the last comment that I will address from you. Throw me a couple of names. Tell me if you've ever been in Tooties or in the club, the social club. I'm not going to name the name of the club because YouTube will flag the video. Come on. Come on. Carbone family is a very well-known family. Let's get some information on you out there. Let's see who you are. Or just another YouTube wannabe. Okay. Now, asking personal questions. That's a pretty personal question. It's a real question. It's an intelligent question. That's why it got answered. But I want to see some of your personals out here. Let's get some of that underwear on the line. And talking about underwear, neighbor Bob accidentally clicked on that freak's underwear and he's scarred for life. Yeah, this guy, you could, I don't know if he still has the video up. I left it up on my channel. I left it up not because I enjoyed it, not because I thought it was funny, but I left it up because the only Bob produced a video that is totally ridiculous and, in my opinion, sickening for a 50-year-old man to put a video like that up on a YouTube channel, especially that he works in a hospital. Now, I don't know who the guy is, but my personal opinion about that day was the last time I was going to put up with any of his nonsense. And then yesterday he made a statement, and this is the exact quote. I'm going to quote it exactly. In 10 or 15 years, you will be Daisy May's, I'm not reading this, but I remember, you will be Daisy May or some other Filipina's battery in the Philippines. And then he put the word ha with exclamation point. Now, to be a battery in the Philippines means that you're collecting Social Security or a pension, and they only keep you alive to collect a check. That's very real. I've seen that happen. And not only did I see it happen, I've seen it happen to a brilliant doctor who apparently had Alzheimer's disease. The guy disappeared. No one knows where he went. They built the house. The house was done. The girl moved him into the house. I had his cell phone number. I had his computer information. And 2 days later, he was gone. Never saw him. Never answered. The phone number was gone. The computer was gone. The computer email address was gone. So that's a very real possibility, except not with these. Okay. So that's not a possibility. So when he said something so demeaning and sarcastic about Daisy, I got to tell you, I got to tell you, I don't know where you guys come from, and I don't really know how you deal with unique situations. I don't know how you deal with situations in public. I don't know how you deal with situations in private. I got to tell you, if Bob said something like that to me in America, it would be swiftly addressed. Okay? There wouldn't be a conversation. There wouldn't be a whole lot of hoopla involved. And especially if he was laughing, I hope he remembers what he said for where he ends up being, because this is just totally uncalled for. Daisy May is a good girl. Daisy May doesn't ask me for anything. She didn't ask me to go on vacation to see a family. She doesn't. I told people all the time she asked me for some chocolate, which I bought Polverone, 17 pesos for a package of Polverone, 10 packages. She was happy. And she asks me for roasted chicken once in a while, which I get anyway. Didn't ask me for money for a family. Doesn't ask me for money for a mother and father's birthday, which I do anyway. Doesn't ask me for nothing. So for you to be insulting to that degree, I'm going to respond in kind. In the Philippines, I don't think I could respond in kind in public. And we'll leave it at that. But people that say stupid things get stupid answers. And the more stupid it is, the swifter they come. So, neighbor Bob. So let's get some more. Okay, thank you for clearing that up, Elgardo. Yeah, okay, I'm not on any kind of medication. I have one, honey, give me some cold water, please. I have 1 cup of coffee in the morning, which is really 3 cups of instant coffee with like a half a teaspoon of Daisy. Give me the coffee. I'll show you what keeps me going like this. It's legal, but it probably shouldn't be legal. This is what keeps me going. In here, how many cups? 200 grams, right? In here is 200 grams of instant coffee. And then that comes up to about maybe here. Very dry, light powder. And then Daisy puts about this much, what's the name of that? Milo, which is like a cocoa, like a cocoa mix. Hershey's Instant Cocoa. So the whole thing is only this high, which you can't see with no light, but this is about how much, and that's 200 cups of coffee. And I have 1 teaspoon of that, a good size, heaping teaspoon of that, and that keeps me going until 11 or 12 o'clock at night from 6 o'clock in the morning. Now, probably stuff shouldn't be legal to drink it in that kind of, but I need that, okay? And then I accomplish a lot during the day. If I don't have that, I can still work, but I get, there's a lull after breakfast. With that, there's no lull. So, like I said, it's legal, but it might not be legal for long. That stuff, the instant coffee in the Philippines, is very strong. Okay, so all right, I don't need to post the licenses that I said I held. Find a lawyer, Google my name, and pay for that information. Find a police officer that you can Google my name and find out that information. Could I post some of these licenses that I hold? I have posted them. I have posted them. Do you think I'm going to do that for Wayne Urovich, who is not supporting my channel in any other way than taking time away to answer these ridiculous questions? Pay a lawyer, Google my name, and see my licenses. Okay? There you go. Simple solution. Okay. Yo-yo. Let Neshi Fate, let Duterte punish bebots only. Duterte by himself, one-on-one with bebots. See? That's what I call justice. Okay? Now, another one, Wayne Urovich. If you became a Patreon member, you want to compensate me for my time to put that information together, I'd be happy to help you out with some of that information. But you're not see, as a contractor, I'm used to being compensated for my time. Compensation is different than payment for all you small, feeble-minded individuals on YouTube that watch my videos. Payment is you supply a service and you get paid for your service. Compensation is something that you do with because it's part of a situation, a goal, and then you get compensated for it. Like I do these videos And Wayne Yusovich, or whatever your name is, Wayne Yurovich, I don't mean to mispronounce your name, Wayne Yurovich, does he compensate me for my time or my money to answer? No, he doesn't. I'm only making an example out of you because those are personal questions. You want me to put out my personal information on YouTube so that you can trace back where I lived and my addresses and my tax records, because all of that stuff is linked to my social security number. I have to know who you are. I have to vet you. I have to talk to you. I have to ask you why you want the information. And there is already one person on this as a Patreon member. Already one of my Patreon members has already looked into my background and could verify it, but he wouldn't waste his time answering your question. But if you want all that information to be verified, become a Patreon member at and compensate me for at least the $10 tier, which will give you the privilege of watching over 300 Obama and non-politically correct videos. And there you go. You'll have all the information you want. You know where I live, how much money I made, how much taxes I paid, my federal licenses, my state license, my city licenses, and my county licenses. All simple enough to get. Just hire a lawyer to do a background search. Take a couple of dollars out of your pocket, hire a lawyer, stop being such a cheap individual and wasting my time with personal questions, or compensate me for my time. Next question. Okay. Edgardo de Lugo said he wasn't asking me if I was on drugs. Thank you. I already addressed that. Okay. Neighbor Bob knows I'm high on life. Some people, some people are just energetic because of a clean lifestyle. Not necessarily because of the mental attitude. Certainly, you gotta maintain a positive attitude at all times. I don't. No one does, but I do a better job at it than most. All right, so let's move on. Okay. All right, what I'm going to have to start doing now is not even addressing some of the questions. If it's not the only reason why I address that guy's question is because it's a legitimate question. I tell people I have 11 federal and state licenses. It's a legitimate question. It's the truth, too. But it's an intelligent question. But I'm not going to take the time to prove it to you. Why would I have to prove it to you? I'm telling you the truth. Why don't you wager me? So let's say you had $10,000, because you probably don't. Let's just say you did. Why don't we wager 10 grand on it? How's that for a solution? Or you could just pay your lawyer $250 to do a full background search. Anything he misses after you send me the report, then you could compensate me for my time and I'll fill in the blanks. But not all that information is public. Robert Carbone, I don't know, one time you were in Tooties. Look at this. This is what I mean about people on YouTube. I'm sure I'm sure he understands what he's saying, but no one else. I asked a couple of questions. Were you ever in Tooties? I was one time. Maybe. Okay. Were you okay? Then okay. You have to go by the questions I asked. I got to remember the question. Were you ever in Tooties? I was. So he says. Maybe that's true. Okay, I'm not going to call the man a liar because I don't think he's lying. If he's saying he was one time, good possibility he was in Tooties. So he was one time in Tooties, but no, he was never in the social club. Okay, thanks for answering that. Now I'm not going to answer. There's questions. I'm not going to answer some of these questions. What do I think about De Niro and Trump? That's just a stupid question. Why don't you put your opinion? That's a stupid question. Okay, I'm going to be really honest with you. Why do you want my opinion? Why don't you put your opinion there, and then I'll give you my opinion about your opinion? These are questions. I asked for intelligent questions. I really want intelligent questions, and I'll address them if I can. But De Niro and Trump, that thing has been hashed out 10,000 times. Why are you asking me? Why? I don't understand why you're asking me. You want my opinion about politics? They're all a bunch of lying, low-life bastards. Okay? Now, could I prove that? I could. And they, if I posted what I know on YouTube, I guarantee you I could post information on YouTube. I'd be dead in 72 hours about a lot of different topics. We're not talking about one topic. I'm talking about a lot of different topics, a lot of different plays that happened in New York. Names, dates, places, and situations. I'd be dead in 72 hours. If not 72 hours, it would just be a matter of a few more days, give or take. But I have understandings about you, things that you people on YouTube couldn't even begin to comprehend. But my opinion about De Niro and Trump means nothing. It's been hashed out 1,000 times. Now, if you don't put your opinion of what you think about Robert De Niro and Trump up on YouTube, I'm putting you on the spot, Don Jovi. I know you're a long-term subscriber. You need to post your opinion. Otherwise, that will be the last question that I will ever address from you, because you just wasted 3 minutes of my life. So now let's see what you got. Let's see your opinion. Or there is always the ultimate solution. Unsubscribe and push the thumbs down button, because you know already I don't care. I never cared, and I'm never going to care. So we're going to talk about the solution. Yeah, okay, Edgardo. Yeah, some people like to bust balls, and that's good. It's just hard to differentiate and discern if someone is breaking your nuts, your chops, your cayons. If someone is busting chops on YouTube, it's hard because of the words that you hear out of somebody's mouth. It's called inflection. The inflection of the words that come out of somebody's mouth are different than the words on a screen. I mean, unless you're a professional writer, and I'm not, neither are you, Scott is, unless you're a professional wordsmith, to get to genuinely portray the question or the thought process that you are trying to get across is almost impossible. But thanks for clearing that up. Now, Joe Lunetta, I don't know him. Now, I never heard that. Well, maybe I did hear the name, but I've been out of New York. I moved out of New York in 1993, actually 1991, but lived in Arizona for 2 years. So 93, 103, 103. I've been out of New York 30 years, 28 years. So I just, that name doesn't ring a bell. But thank you for the honest answer. I'm sure if I Googled that name, I know a guy named One Arm Ronnie. I know Mikey A. Light. Those kind of guys. Now, I don't know if they know Joe, but those are the kind of guys. You could Google those two guys' names. They're going to come up together a dozen times, and everybody else. So they're very insignificant people in the grand scheme of things, but those were the guys I grew up with. Okay. Now, okay, so Yo-Yo, let's get back to this guy, Christian, what's his name? Mark Christian Catley. Let's get back on topic. All right. All right. All right. So first we're going to finish these comments, because my favorite, one of my favorite, one of my friends, I'm going to call this man my friend, and my favorite YouTube commenter, and of course my favorite Patreon commenter, is because this man's a wordsmith, and he's made the highest possible compliment to me possible. I couldn't even write song. I wish I would have known him when I wrote my book. I would have put it as a description of the author of the book. Okay. Scott Del Fuego, this is the person I just was talking about, wouldn't be dressed down for Bob. would be lights out. If I felt generous, I'd let him pick left or right, left or right. And it would happen fast. It would happen. It would, even though I'm old, even though I'm fat, even though I'm ugly, you could, you can, you can rest assured, I would give it my all. If you know, there's an expression, we call it seeing red. Okay, blacking out. It happened in yesterday's video where I just went off the chain a little bit. Guy wouldn't listen to my instructions. Okay, I'm the boss. Me, I was always the boss. For 38 years, I owned my own construction company. For 38 years, people did what I told them to do, or go get another job. Then I didn't ask them to do it 2 or 3 times. Told them the second time, if I have to hear or see that you didn't do what I asked you the first time, one more time, you just need another job. The same with coming in late. 1 second late, 1 second, go home for the day. Twice in 1 week, take off the next week. Period. 5 days off for being late twice in 1 week. I don't care whether you work or not. So now let's go back. All right. Robert Carbone. If I'm lucky to have Daisy May in my life, of course, she's a good girl. You only run across the good girl. Well, I got to tell you, Daisy May is probably the only good girl I ever met. Okay, lots of reasons. She's just a good girl. She's not selfish. She's loving. She's very giving. Keeps the house spotless. We clean together. We do the laundry together. Most of the times, I do at least 50 or more percent of the laundry. We don't leave stuff laying around for the. Never. Daisy never leaves a dish in the sink. Gets up in the morning, sometimes before me. She's chopping vegetables, preparing the vegetables for lunch at 6 o'clock in the morning. She's a good girl. Who wouldn't be lucky to have Daisy May in their life? Which is why, if you insulted Daisy May, digressing back to Scott's comment, the conversation, there wouldn't even be a conversation, maybe. Maybe there'd be a conversation and a feign, F-I-E-N-G, maybe a feign left and then a swift, maybe even a bolo, okay? If I really thought you were transgressing in the wrong place, you might get boloed, okay? I don't care. I don't care. I just don't care about you. Okay. You need to understand, like Clint, a man has got to know his limitations. Okay. There are people that are going to come here and beat me up. They've said it. They've said it. They're not coming here. They're not going to beat me up. They're going to try to beat me up, or they're going to beat me up, but they don't know for a fact they're going to come here and beat me up. I've heard that several times, and I haven't seen those people yet. Now, if I have seen them, they took a look and they turned around the other way and said, that's probably not such a good idea. But I don't care if you beat me up, because I don't even care about that. All right. So, but this guy, Mark Christian Catley, how should we? Okay. So let me tell you, because the comments are not stopping. Robert Carbone, you're welcome to come and visit. You'd have to be. There are reasons. For reasons I do everything with a purpose. There is nothing I do that's not planned and calculated. Nothing I say that is incorrect or misspoken unless I choose to misspeak it. Okay. There is only one way anybody's ever going to come and meet me. That's to become a Patreon member for several months, where I communicate with you. I have your email address, your place of residence, and your telephone number, and we talk about some things before you come. Okay, I've made this mistake before of just becoming friends with people that weren't as a Patreon member, and it turns out they want to come to the Philippines to be a sex tourist. Not going to happen. Now, you already know that's not going to happen, but I'm not saying that you would come here for that. You need to become a Patreon member if you want to talk to me personally. That's why I don't do live streams with other people chit-chatting. I'm not interested in what you have to say. Not necessarily you. All right, Philip Gaynor, good day, Rabbi. Hello, Philip. Thanks for stopping by. Have a nice day. Thank you, Philip. Philip's been a long time subscriber. Okay. All right. So now we're going to, okay. Aaron Taylor says, give him hell. YTGC14544 says, good morning. Good morning, Robert. Very inspiring. Shalom, Poyabaka. And Daisy, keep up the great work, the good work. Hoi. Hoi! Okay. Rabbi Chewbacca, did you ever work on planes? One pay. Actually, I became an A&P jet mechanic, and I worked on reciprocating engines. I worked on jet aircraft engines in 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 the in the hangar at Aviation High School. Okay, I worked on reciprocating engines at Flushing Meadows Airport, which is no longer there. And I worked on jet engines that would come in at Flushing Meadow Airport, but not DC-10s or 747s or 707s. No, but I have the license. I am a licensed A&P jet mechanic, which is good for life. And this clown that wants me to put, I shouldn't call him a clown. He asked a legitimate question. Wants me to put my license information up on YouTube. Now, you and I both know why we can't do that, because of the license number itself. So, okay, so no, that's a legitimate question. Some jet engines I worked on, small jets, like in the very old type of Lear jets. Somebody would come in with a private acrobatic type jet. I would work on it with the crew, but not me doing the job itself. Signed off on that engine? No. No, neighbor Bob, I'm not fluent in Italian. That's right. This guy, Maine, told you, Mr. Jubaka, he could have had a legit business. Let's get back to this Mark Christian Catley guy. Okay. Scott, he'd be out so fast his pants would still be standing there. You didn't run a barge crew or work the docks in New York City without a sharp tongue and heavy hand. That was that's probably true for most of us. In the dock builders union, you had a disagreement with somebody. There was a rule: no fighting on the boat or the barge while it's underway. Period. For that, the union would fire you instantly. But you could say, we're fighting when we get to the dock, and it would be just that we walk off and that we go. That's it. One way or the other. And at the end of that fight, we were good. There was no more animosity. It was just, let's get this done with. Okay. And it happened a few times. And it didn't happen a lot, since I didn't start working for the Dock Builders Union until I think 1989. Although I was worked on my father's tugboat and in the Dock Builders Union temporary help for many years on and off, because I was, what was my 1205 or 1203 was my union carpenter's job. So I could work with the dock builders, assist them building docks. It was out of Brooklyn, 1203, I think it was. Got that back in 1977. I don't remember all the licenses or union cards I had, because I would keep a union card for a couple of years and then change unions. So, yeah. All right. So that trip to Trinidad in mine. I PM that idiot Mark, telling him to keep everything legit. Okay, so all right. Well, that's not helping us. We still didn't get. Let's go for the Paco solution. Okay, now this is the Paco solution. Now we got to start. You got to understand who Paco was. Paco was in the Navy, regular Navy, nothing special that I know of. Now, he worked for me for 2.5 years. So, okay, this is the Paco solution. Okay, I'm putting in the docks on the Canarsie Pier behind that exquisite restaurant that they built on the Canarsie Pier, where they have the luxury boats and the catering boats now. I put the docks in. The boats weren't there, but I built all the docks and put the pilings in. And I'm working by myself because this bum that used to work for me named Bobby, he hit the lotto, and he won $600 on 0001. Put $1 on it or something like that, and he didn't show up. So I'm working, and I fired him. But he didn't know he was fired. I just left messages on his machine. So Paco sees me putting in 60-foot poles by myself. I got the barge tied up I got the barge made up, not to the bulkhead, because I had to be out a certain distance from the bulkhead to drop the sticks in on the outside of where the fingers would be. I'm putting in the fingers. I'm putting in the poles before I put in the fingers because it's rough water. And if I put the fingers in and the docks smash up against the fingers, they'll crush them. So I got to put the poles in first. So I'm putting these 60-foot sticks. They weigh 3,500 pounds. They got a 30-inch girth at the bottom, 30 to 34-inch girth at the bottom, and I got them pointed on the bottom like this, and I'm banging them in with a 6,000-pound drop hammer. So I got to get the pole lined up vertically this way. I can do from one direction. But now I got to come all the way around to this side and look at the vertical this way to get the stick in straight. Plus, I got a string that I have to be up against the string about 3 or 4 inches away, so I'm not too far close to the bulkhead or too far away from where the fingers are going to be. And I have to run 150 feet off the barge, cross some planks, off the existing dock that's there, that's like only 30 feet long, 30 by 10 feet long, up the ramp, around, up on top of the breakwater, the Canarsie Pier itself, and then back over to here and look at the thing like this. So it's taken me 7-8 minutes to get to the pole and back to the crane. And then I got to climb back up onto the barge, 30 inches up onto the barge. And then I got to climb up the crane by climbing up 6 steps into the crane, and then climbing around from the front of the gang box with front of the deck of the crane into the crane. So it's taken me a long time. So this is the Paco solution. This is the guy who came up with the Paco solution for pedophilia and child molestation. The Paco solution goes, so Paco says to me, hey, man, you need help, man. I says, I really do need help, too. I really needed help. I said, yeah. I said, are you a dock builder? Because I meet dock builders all the time. Guys that watching me, seeing if I know what I'm doing, and they say I'm in 1456 or I'm in 1204. Or I'm a tunnel rat. Underwater demolition. They'd tell me who they are. Tell me the union. I would remember working with these guys. Their union at one point. So Paco says to me, man, you need some help, man, like Cheech and Chong. Man, I could help you, man. So I says to him, can you make a bowling knot? Because that's my first test. Man, I could make a bowling knot, man. Anybody could make a bowling knot. And I said, well, come on down here. So he has a fishing pole. He's been fishing there for 3 or 4 days, right where the barge is. I'm seeing this guy every day come fishing. Comes down, I hand him a piece of rope. Rope is different than line. You have string. I'll show you what string looks like. Well, I won't show you that piece of string. String is about this thick. String is about that thick. Rope could be up to this thick. Rope is up to this thick. And then you have line, which is anything bigger than an inch, inch and an eighth, up to 3 inches. That's a line. After that, you go into heavy line, and then you go into housing. So I give him a piece of rope about 3 feet long. He takes the rope. He goes like this. He goes with his hands behind his back. And he comes out with the rope. It has a bowling knot on both sides. Now, I've seen one guy do this before. And they teach you this in the Boy Scouts, so you could do it in the dark. Now, I could make one bowling on a piece of line behind my back, but I don't know how to do 2 of them in less than 30 seconds. And the only other guy I ever saw do that was a Chinese guy. I can't mention his name. I won't mention his name. But I got to tell you, this man could put 800 soldiers in front of his house in a few hours. And they'd all come in limousines and they'd all come heavy. And you could believe that or not, but this guy could put soldiers anywhere in it looked like an army. And he worked for me. And he showed me that trick. When I asked him if he could do that, if he could make a bowl or not, which is the reason why I asked that question. And he did it, and he was within 3 weeks running the crane. Never sat in a crane before. Like when I bought my cranes, I never sat in a crane before. He never sat in a crane before. In 3 weeks, he was doing pile work, and I was working under him. That's how good he was. So when he did that behind his back, I said, when can you start, Paco? Going back to the Paco solution. So Paco comes on, he goes, start now, man. I'll go get my gear. He goes up, he gets his fishing gear, puts everything away, goes to his car, puts the stuff. He goes to his car to get some work clothes because he had some regular street clothes on. Comes, I'm ready, man. What you want me to do? I said, you line the pole up this way. I'll line it up that way. Man, I could do anything, man. I could put those shackles on the pole. I could sling it balanced, man. I could operate the chainsaw, man. I could do anything, man. I'm your man, and I need a job, man. I have no money. I have to feed my family, but I'm going to be rich one day because I'm going to get millions from New York City, baby. I'm going to get millions. That police officers, they're putting me in the hospital, they cripple me, they're going to give me millions. And they did. So Paco works for me, his son works for me, his nephew works for me. This is gone. I got Paco's family as my crew now. So in the Bronx, they have the Paco solution for pedophilia. Now, if they took this solution to the Philippines, most people would be okay with it. And the solution is as follows. This is the Paco solution. This is all hearsay and speculation, but let me tell you something. This happened more than once. Paco would say the solution. He didn't call it the Paco solution. Anyway, here's the Paco solution. They sit you down on a chair, or they stand you up next to a table, and they take a couple of roofing nails with the big heads, and they take a hammer, and they put the nails through your komosiki armor, through it. If it's a big, long komosiki armor, they might have to use 3 or 4 nails. If it's a short one nail will do. Then they shoot that komosiki armor with lighter fluid, and then the next thing is, you know what's next. No, you didn't know what. The next thing is they hand you a razor blade or a dull knife. And then they start throwing matches at you and tell you that your future is in your hands. And that's the Paco solution, baby. And that solution I hope that this goes viral and Mr. Duterte hears about the Paco solution. And maybe I could finally be recognized for the true creative genius that I am. But it's all hearsay and speculation. Of course, we're going to have kids. When we have the hotel built and we have a place to put kids, we're going to have kids. Okay, so I'm going to just bypass some of these messages. Let's see. Wayne Yurovich, I got as much money as I need to bet you that I'm more skilled than you, and I don't even know you. You say I talk about being so skilled. Why the hell do you rig everything? Because that's what we have here, and I don't have a full shop like I used to have. It's a legitimate question, but you're a piece of garbage with arms and legs for not seeing how talented I am. So I suggest you don't comment anymore or come up with a number, and you and I will match skills in the machine, in a backhoe, in a bobcat, on a pile driving rig, on a drop hammer rig, on a live wire crane, running a tugboat, running a self-propelled barge, anything that you got, I can best you at. I don't care what skill you have, I'm better than you. Except oil rigs. I never worked on an oil rig. So I'm knocking you down. Show me what you got. Put some video links up there. Show me what you got, Wayne, or shut up. Okay? It's just that simple. I'm not mad at you. You asked a legitimate question, but you asked it with a left-handed compliment thrown in. I don't need that kind of stuff. Okay? I don't even get upset about it. What I'm upset about is your ignorance that you can't see how talented I am, considering I have 2,400 other videos up on YouTube of me owning cranes, barges, tugboats, self-propelled barges. And you come up with this garbage. Is that all you got? Show me something that you got, Wayne. Let's put you out there on, I'm putting you out there on the list. I am challenging you to run a backhoe, a bobcat, or a track hoe, or a live wire, live boom crane better than me. I am challenging you to take an engine apart and repair it with the tools that I have. I am challenging you to put videos up to show me what your life is about, or I am telling you to shut up. I'm not interested in any more comment. The next comment coming from you, Wayne, needs to be a link of you doing something in a professional manner. That's the next comment. If the next comment is not you in a professional manner, and I don't want an apology, if it's not, I'm blocking you because I don't like you. Anybody who comes up to me and pretends to ask me a legitimate question with a left-handed compliment involved is a piece of garbage with arms and legs. And personally, that's where you are right now. You are a piece of garbage with arms and legs. So prove me wrong, Wayne. Michael McFarland. Dave, why don't you follow my videos? Become a Patreon member, and I will give you that information. Okay? There is lots of videos on Patreon. You have listen. If you think I'm going to take the time out to tell you, I'm not even going to bother answering these silly questions. You want to become a Patreon member? I'll talk to you on the phone. Thank you very much. I need some compensation if I'm going to give you personal information. Have a nice day. Thanks for stopping by. Okay, GT, the GT Freak 77. Holy, this is a hidden comment. I don't, I don't know what that comment means. So, okay, Scott put out a link here. I'm making it public because I know Scott. He would never give me a left-handed compliment. He would never give me a left-handed compliment. And people that don't know what a left-handed compliment is, or a left-handed, it's a sarcastic question, like we're speaking a little bit of truth and then putting me down. You're an idiot, Wayne. I'm going to call you an idiot too. You have no understanding. You're an idiot. I'm going to call you an idiot. Tell me to complete one part of the hotel. You are an imbecile. You are a worthless commenter. You are what Henry Kissinger called a worthless eater. Because there's enough videos for me posting what I have accomplished for you to understand why the procedure that I'm following is a justifiable procedure. But you are an idiot because you can't follow the procedural process in my construction and the reasons why. So, Wayne, I'm calling you an idiot because you want me to do something that's impossible to do or would complicate matters even further. You are a worthless eater. Now, what I want you to do is push the thumbs down button. I want you to unsubscribe. I want you to go push the thumbs down button on thousands of my videos because you and I are now done. Because you challenged me to do something that's not intelligent and not possible. And had you been a Patreon member and talked to me on the phone, I could explain that to you. You are done. Done. In fact, I'm about ready to block you. So the next time that you would never subscribe, good. We're done. You're an imbecile. You're a worthless eater. You're a parasite on YouTube. And you're incompetent because you don't have the first word understanding about construction. Okay. I don't know who this is addressed to. Okay, we're going back to Scott's comment, which Republic Act RA 8353 states that vaginal rape is punishable by reclusion perpetua, which is imprisonment of 30 to 40 years. He's going to call someone regarding child porn penalties. Thank you, Scott. Okay, now somebody else said this. Now, I don't know who this is in reference to. If you're talking about me, you can't do that. Who is GTA? Just you can explain. Are you talking about me taking me apart and remake the Lincoln Memorial and me being a schmuck? Really? I hope I hope that you are talking about me, because then I want you to prove it. Put a video up there, show me something that you built. If you're not talking about me, I kind of like that comment because it's about as sarcastic as it gets. But if you're talking about me, you can't prove a word of that statement. If you're talking about somebody else, then have at it. But you can't prove that about me. Okay, now Moose Cage, I got a new Patreon. Okay, so okay, thank you, Moose. Okay. I I only got one thing to say about my Patreon members. Thank you for one. Now they and what they receive as a member in a Patreon. You could ask Scott, but I don't want Scott to write out a long answer, a long intelligent dissertation on what you get from Patreon. I'm going to tell you what you get on Patreon. You get over 400 videos that are completely not allowed on YouTube anymore. Okay, they're not allowed on YouTube. Period. That if I put them on YouTube, you can repost them on YouTube. You probably get away with it because you have a few subscribers and YouTube doesn't pay attention to you. But some of the videos on Patreon would be an instant. They'd be instantly removed. They'd be classified as not age restricted, or you'd get a strike. So that's one thing that you get on Patreon at the $10 level. Now, if I like you and I have another 400 or 500 of those videos too. I post one or two a week. Now, there are other videos about Mr. Obama that strictly comedy on the up and up. But I use a few slang terminologies that have already, in the last 2 years since Mr. Obama's gone, have been proven true. Okay. I am one of the original people making videos about Mr. Obama. If I didn't lose my channel in 2010, you'd see Obama videos with millions of views. Okay. And me in a totally comedic fashion. Now, a lot of those videos are up on Patreon, but in the beginning, it was okay to talk about Mr. Obama. In 2010, when I started talking about what my belief was about Mr. Obama, it was okay. This politically correct leftist Zionist stuff did not exist at that time. It was just me and a handful of other people telling you that that the, telling you things about Mr. Obama, and it all became true. Half, 1/3 of my book is dedicated to Mr. Obama and how he was going to destroy America. 1/3 of a book dedicated to a man I knew nothing about, that I started writing his the uh, the the inserts of how he was going to bring America down back in 2007, before he even got elected. Because my book took from 2004 to 2010. Once I seriously got involved with writing it, number one, I'm not a writer. Number two, I was in full-time construction. And number three, it's 1,990 pages and 602,000 words and 130 pictures that probably took 1,000 hours to make those 130 pictures. And they're in low resolution, but they're for sale in high resolution. But as a Patreon member, if you see a picture in my book that you want, I'll send you the picture in super high resolution, high definition. So that's one benefit. Second benefit is you get to talk to me and or Daisy in person. And you get to ask me anything you want. I don't care what the topic is. You can ask me about my past life in New York. I'll give you the information. I won't give you names and dates and places. You can ask me about what I do here in Bohol. You can ask me what that moron that I just humiliated, that he has nothing to show for what he said, made the statement. The moron is another YouTube parasite. Okay? You can ask me about why I'm building the hotel the way I'm building it. In less than 10 minutes, I can explain to you why, and you would understand. And not only would you understand, you would agree. I've explained it to Scott. All Scott, if Scott is still here, has to do is put, has it been explained properly? And just put a yes or a no. And has it been explained to your satisfaction? Yes or no. I explain things to people's satisfaction. I don't explain things on my live stream, and I don't explain things in the video. Some videos I even explain to you why. But the idiot, the incompetent, the parasitic YouTube commenter, the useless eater that says that I have to complete something is out of his league. He's out of his league. He doesn't understand construction. He doesn't understand, I will give you a word, the scope of the job. He does not understand compensation. Says he would never become a member of my Patreon. He's not going to become a member of my Patreon because he doesn't like me. He's going to become not going to become a member of my Patreon because he's a cheap son of a witch. He's cheap. That's all. He doesn't want to compensate people for their time. That's what people are on YouTube. They're parasites. They're parasitic in nature. Somebody that wants to compensate me for my time gets a lot more benefits from being a Patreon member. Besides the videos, you get to talk to me. I am a whole different person on the phone than I am here. I have to hold back. What I would say to the parasite useless eater that I just told him that I suggest he doesn't make any more comments. And I didn't block him. He just doesn't make any more comments because maybe he's coming up with something really good. Maybe he has a video of him putting a pool liner in or something like that. You know, like one of those toddler pools where you put the pool in and you blow it up. Maybe he has a video of him blowing up the pool. I don't know. Maybe he's a good pool installer. Yeah. I used to install Esther Williams pools. You got anything with an Esther Williams pool installation on it? I do. I got hundreds of pictures of installing Esther Williams pools back as far as 1976. You got anything like that, buddy? Of course you don't, because you're a parasite on YouTube that doesn't have $3 a month to compensate me for the time it took me to put the links up for my Obama and my non-politically correct videos. You're a parasite. There you go. I'm the laughing stock of YouTube. Yeah, okay. By the way, I had to sell my brand new ragtop Cobra to move to the Philippines. You parasitic to hick, which means cheap, son of a witch, and my Ocean Racer, my 31-foot SR 311 twin 454s, naturally aspirated engines with Holley 750 carburetors on them. I had to sell those things to move to the Philippines. But you got nothing because you're a parasite with nothing to show for your entire life except words on a screen. And how do I know this? Because your parasitic comments just they reek of ignorance. Anthony Bruno, taking that, teach the truth, I tell my daughter, okay, should be a comma, but that's okay. But she uses the word I a lot. She is only 3. So she's self-aware. Not necessarily a bad thing. Children should have confidence in themselves and their own abilities, in my opinion. Okay, so the GTA Freak 77, okay, that just got you blocked. Have a nice day. And the answer is I don't need to breathe. I got a lot to say. I am a high energy person, and you're a piece of garbage with arms and legs. Adios. I'm going to work. I'm going to work. Watch GTA Freak disappear. Somebody that didn't have anything to say anyway. He is gone. I did my first trabajo of the day. Scott's answer was yes, he does. Okay, how far up? Wow, he had a lot of comments. Wayne Yurovich, he's going to. I got a rest from my last job, my trabajo, blocking who that GTA freak, a piece of garbage with arms and legs. You know how you can tell he's a piece of garbage with arms and legs? I'll tell you. That he's a parasite in nature? I'll tell you. First of all, he doesn't understand a high energy person, number 1. Number 2, he doesn't understand the scope of a job in construction because he's a parasite. He reads other people's or watches other people's videos, which nobody in the Philippines that's doing any of the work themselves has 1/10 the knowledge that I have, 1/100th of the knowledge I have in construction, 1/100th of the experience I have in construction. That's a fact. There are other people that do have this knowledge, but they're not making videos on YouTube. They may even be in the Philippines, but they're not making videos on YouTube. They might even be my friends, but they're not making videos on YouTube. I'm the only one. So he's a parasite in nature for taking up all this time, valuable time, from other people. Now, okay, it's time for me to go back to work. He calls my Wayne Yurovich. You're a parasite, Wayne. A parasitic nature. You're a piece of trash, in my opinion, with arms and legs. Okay, I gave you the opportunity to post a video link with you doing something constructive in you, and you have nothing to show for it. You look like a fool in front of these people. You are not having even one person back you up with your opinion. You're not even having anybody come on and say, Wayne is right. You're not even having nothing. You got nothing. You got no pizzazz. You got no back. You got no boys. Robert Carbone. Hello again, Mike. I was using my mouse to type. Not a good way to communicate. We've been watching your videos for some time now. I can see that you do know some stuff. Well, thank you. Not a good welder. Anybody could weld better than me, but my stuff sticks. So that's all it needs to do. That I wouldn't challenge anybody for. I would lose that right away. I enjoy Robert Carbone. I envy you for moving to. It's not easy moving to the Philippines, Robert. And the only way I would talk about the real, true hard stuff is on a Patreon account. So if you became a member of my Patreon, I'm not soliciting members for my Patreon account. Although that gentleman Moose said he was going to become a Moose Cage, I got a new Patreon member. That's what you get on Patreon. You get the truth. So back down to Robert Carbone. Moose, thank you again. Okay. Okay. The only way you get the real information about the Philippines is I got to talk to you on the phone a few times, and you have to be a Patreon member. If I put the truth about the Philippines up in video format, wouldn't be good. Okay. I could say a million good things about the Philippines, but I do have a video that I'm going to post. I think I'm going to post it Tuesday night because that's a big night for video watching. Called what was the name of that thing? What's the name? Samsung Galaxy Review. Okay, now that's different than the live stream I did. Samsung Galaxy Review. This one is 8 minutes and 20 seconds, I think, of me in the store describing everything that was wrong with my tablet before I gave it to the technician. In detail, I went over what was wrong. And there were 4 different procedures I wanted him to do. Because I don't, they wouldn't take pictures. It looked like I can't even tell. They used the term, it looks like you took that picture with a potato. That's what it looked like. It was the worst resolution, and it's supposed to be 5 megs, and it's a Samsung Galaxy. How could it have such bad resolution? Well, I needed it when I had a blackout last year. This is the kind of stuff that I would tell you in person is much more prevalent than I would put in the video. But the video is a professional rant with no cursing, no animosity necessarily towards the technician, but I get the technician to admit that I did tell him how to proceed to fix the 4 issues. I get him to admit that I told him those things, and I get him to admit that he did none of those 4 things. And that's what you get for service in the Philippines. I didn't force him to do it. We were standing out. He was playing with the worthless Samsung piece of garbage Galaxy Tab A that I bought. It was worthless from day one. I just was under the impression that the poor picture was because it was only 5 megapixels, but it wasn't. Daisy discovered that it was splitting the screen at some point. So I knew it was under warranty, so I waited for the warranty. I waited for Daisy to come back from vacation because it was just a trip I didn't want to do. And I brought it to the store. Long story short, I bring it to the store. He tells me to come back in 45 minutes. I come back in 45 minutes after walking more than 1 kilometer where I went to where I come back. And then after 45 minutes, he tells me, wait a while. I wait a while. I say, how long? He tells me, not today. Come back another day. So I come back 2 days later, and he hands me back, the girl hands me back the tablet. The tablet is fixed, sir. And she shows me a video of the man charging the tablet with the commercial charger in the technician's area where he charges up. And I said, no, that's not what I wanted him to do. The battery is dead. The battery doesn't work. The battery's a piece of garbage. It takes 30 minutes to go 1%, the first percent, and then 10 minutes or 15 minutes each percentage after that, if I get maybe 20 minutes. I wanted him to charge the phone with the charging unit I got to see if it's my charger or the battery. So he doesn't do that. So I get him to admit everything that I just said on tape. Now, how can I say that so fast and think that you're going to follow me? I don't care if you can follow me. You can go over this video later. I can say it that fast because I did it and I remember doing it. And it's truthful. I can say it that fast because of all the time I spent with this idiot who calls himself a technician who didn't follow instructions. If he worked for me, I would fire him. And I said as much in the video. So, but I can't say what I really feel. So if you become a Patreon member, digressing back to the original point, if you become a Patreon member, I will tell you things that nobody else will tell you. Now, Ricky, he tries to tell you what I am telling you now. And he does it in such a pleasant manner that you don't even notice that he's telling you these things. But in Patreon, on the phone, you'll understand. 10 minutes of me talking to you on the phone in Patreon, and you got all you need to know about any topic you need to know about in the Philippines. That's what you get for being a Patreon member. And this piece of garbage that just called me a worthless piece of white trash. There you go. See, but nobody agrees with you. And you're the useless leader, according to Henry Kissinger. You're the useless leader, taking up people's time. There you go. Okay. I want to give you a good tip, says Robert Cabot. You can do that on Patreon, Robert, and then we can talk. And then we can have some, Robert, let me tell you a story, true story, because I don't need air. I can just talk for hours, okay? Daisy's laughing. I'm on the phone. I'm in Florida. And a guy calls me up. He wants to sell me homeowners insurance. Now, it was a block number, but I had nothing to do with it. Far be it from me not to mess with somebody's head on the phone or in person. So I tell him I don't need insurance, and I hang up. So he calls me back. Just by chance, I remember his name. His name was Scott. Not because of Scott Del Fuego, but his name was Scott. And how I remember his name? Because I told him, what's wrong with you, you stupid so-and-so? I don't want insurance. What are you, stupid? He goes, but I'm right near you. I could come and sell you the insurance yourself. I said, I don't need the insurance. Go take a walk. So I hang up again. He goes, I know where you live. I said, let me tell you something. Don't even go there. Give me your email address. So he gives me his email address. I'm sending you the link to the directions to my house. I expect you to be here. How long will it take? What time are you going to come? We'll talk about it there. You're going to threaten me online? That's not going to happen. So now America's different than the Philippines. You can't get in that kind of an argument in the Philippines. So he goes, who do you think you are? Said, dude, I come from Howard Beach. Oh, yeah? I'm from Howard Beach, too. I said, oh, yeah? You ever been in Tooties? If you haven't been in Tooties and you haven't been in the Raven, then I'm not interested in talking to you, okay? So, yeah, I'm in Tootie's all the time. I said, okay, tell me Tootie's name. It's Tootie. That's okay. Tell me what Tootie's father's name is. So he tells me Tootie's father's name. Okay, now tell me where the stove is. Where does Tootie cook? And he tells me where Tootie cooks. Okay, so if you know where Tootie cooks, then you've been in Tootie's. How you doing? You know someone? Yeah, I know so-and-so. You know so? Yeah, I know. I said, wait a minute. You're not Scott so? Yeah, I'm Scott so-and-so. He goes, I knew I remembered that name. But all this nonsense with you people running your mouth on the internet, you got nothing to back it up. When you got nothing to back it, goes a piece of white trash. I asked him to show you videos of something he's done. All he got is mouth. Could be 6'9", 280 pounds, and an MMA wrestler. I don't care. It don't make a difference to me. So he hits me once, he knocks me out, kills me. So what? No one lives forever. Ask Pink Floyd. Okay, Scott got involved here, which really doesn't need to do. But I nailed it. Scott nails it. Hey, Wayne, you're red dirt. Now, red dirt means it's going to get messy. Okay, Scott's comment is bang on. That's all he is. Okay, so, okay. All right, so Robert, thank you, Robert. Yeah, Robert, that spirit thing that I have, I got to tell you, living clean, 100% clean and straight, okay? It brings you to a level of awareness and a higher state of consciousness that most people don't understand and have not experienced. Now, when you're young, you're full of energy. But at my age, I should be puttering out long ago. Now, this is going on 100 a minute, an hour and 44 minutes. I could do this for 6 or 7 hours. but then people would call me Bomber in Bahal. So, okay. Yeah, I get a lot of exercise. I walk. When I go to the city and I go twice a week, 5 to 10 kilometers each trip, carrying two bags, my shoulder bag and a bag, or a backpack and two bags. I walk with 10 to 15 kilos by the end of the day, and I walk at least 2 kilometers with the final package. So I get plenty of exercise. Thank you, Serena. Yep. Robert Carbone understands the nature of the human genome and the words that, well, he used the word, it's a natural probiotic by being straight. Now, the word, I don't know what the word means, but I dissect the word. Pro, the first three letters means pro means that's a positive thing. Bio means it's a chemically engineered process in the body. And atic, I don't know what that means, but probiotic. Probiotic. It means, I would imagine it's like an adrenaline. Something like an adrenaline, but not adrenaline. Okay, so Moose Cage, I got to go to bed. Catch you again sometimes. Thanks for all the videos over the years, Michael. Okay, thank you, Moose. I hope that you enjoy my Patreon, being a Patreon account member. And let me know what you could do. You can send me messages and send me your phone number. I'll give you a call. Okay, Anthony Bruno is a good father because I give food and drink and take two. I ask my spirit who I am. In other words, he does self-awareness meditation, and that's a good thing. Robert Carbone, your father grew up with Rocky Graziano. Wow, that's a cool story, man. And living in New York, that's possible. Man, I grew up with Vito Antifermo from Ozone Park. I grew up with Bill Sharkey from Howard Beach, and David Sears from Howard Beach, and John Sears too. They were fighters. Well, Vito Antifermo was middleweight champ, but we all grew up together in the same neighborhood. And also, I grew up with a guy, the tenant, Vitas Gerolitis. I am one of the Vitas Gerolitis had to walk past my house when I was 5 years old. I moved to Howard Beach, and he had tennis racket in his hand, and he used to play with this short, stumpy guy. And he would walk. Now he was like 7 years older than me. I was 5. He was 12, and he'd walk past my house every single day with a tennis racket in his hand. I wasn't even allowed to go to the park. I didn't know what tennis was, but I saw Vitas Gerolitis when I got older practice. And we had 6 tennis courts. Excuse me, 3 tennis courts, 6 people could play. And I watched Vitas Gerolitis practice to become the world champion. 2 blocks from my house. I've been watching Vitas. I watched him for 20 years practice in the park. And then I watched him go past the park in it was either a Ferrari or a Maserati. And he remembered us as children. He would open up the back of his car and take out cases of beer and rum and vodka and just leave it on the park bench on a Saturday night for us to drink. Whenever he was in the neighborhood, he'd buy a couple $100 worth of booze, and he'd come out of the car and hang out for a little while and get back in and leave. He was a cool dude. All right. You grew up with Walter Matthau. Wow, that's a cool thing. Lefty all around. Hello, Lefty. How are you today? We're doing good. I went off on a couple of tangents, Lefty. I have to admit. I called people useless eaters, according to Henry Kissinger, and parasitic YouTube commenters. I did eventually block the one, the only the Bob, because he left a video of him dancing with his underwear, saying, "Sick little individual." Okay. Robert Carbone in YouTube. Look up a person by the name of Hungry Goofer. She has a recipe called Simple Kimchi. Make it if you dare. Will be thanking me. Daisy,
Yeah.
write this down, honey. Write down Simple Kimchi. You have a pen? You got a pen?
Yeah.
This word, yeah. The Hungry Goofer. Hungry. Okay.
Hungry gopher.
Hungry Goofer. When you're done, I'll spell that. Goofer.
Mm.
Golf trot, October.
What?
Golf trot, October. Right.
Yeah.
Okay, you got it. Okay. And then write down kimchi, simple, called Simple Kimchi. Kilo India,
Yeah.
Mike, Charlie, Helicopter India, kimchi. Okay. All right. Anthony Bruno, you just have a lot of comments that really don't have anything to do with what I'm trying to find out. Well, I guess that's long gone. Uh, Robert Carbone, gotta go. Okay, Robert, nice talking to you. If you want to know about the Philippines, if you become a Patreon member, I'll spend the time it's necessary. Moose Cage, how's my foot? Foot is better, getting better. I would say in 6 to 10 days, the skin will be grown back. But the only way you can, Moose, let me ask you a question. Did you become a member of my Patreon, or are you going to become a member of my Patreon? May I ask you that question? Okay, we have a bunch of Ray Hammond, you are another useless eater. And you just got blocked. I don't like you one bit. I don't even like the fact that you still breathe. Bye bye, Ray. Because you pollute the air that I breathe with your nonsense. Okay? Ray Hammond. Another useless eater on YouTube of a parasitic nature. Ray Hammond. Got nothing to show, no videos, nothing, never accomplished anything in his life, and he comes in, he bothers me. So I have to go back to work, and let's just see all the things that Ray had to say. Scott is bang on. Scott puts into words what I can't, and he does it about me. Thank you, Scott. Uh, I'm gonna I'm gonna actually repost that. Thank you, Scott. I can do that so that people down the chat line can see it. Okay, now, and one more thing I could say about Ray Hammond. The man is a moron. I mean a moron. Okay? The man is so stupid that he puts these comments up of a derogatory nature on my channel. He comes to my channel to abuse me, and all he does is show his ignorance. Now, how do I know that Ray Hammond is a complete idiot? Because I don't live in a container. And Ray Hammond is an idiot for not seeing that. Now, he said that before. It only proves his ignorance. And Ray, I got 100,000, 200,000, 500,000, whatever you got, I can double it of a wager to prove I don't live in a container. But you're too stupid to see that because you're a moron. Now, Bama, Philippines life with Bama. What's up, Mike? How's it hanging today, buddy? Hanging, buddy. Bama, I'm just doing what I do best, telling the truth, speaking the truth. These people some of these people need to have their issues addressed, and I am very good at addressing issues on a multitude of levels. So they come to me for things they need, and I give them advice. Like Ray Hammond. I just told Ray Hammond he's an idiot. Because this is like the second or third time he's mentioned, why do I live in a container? And the idiot can't see that I don't live in a container. Because the man is a moron. Gary's back. Gary's another Patreon member. You can talk. Now I asked Moose Cage a question. Okay, Moose Cage answered he became a Patreon member. So Moose Cage, thank you for that. Now I got to go back up and see what you had said as what was your question. Okay. Oh, okay. This had to do with Patreon. Okay. On Patreon, you're going to see some pictures that I posted like day 1, day 10. I'm just doing it in 5 or 10 degree day increments. I have day 20, I think, maybe day 25 in video and picture. And I also have video of me at the hospital when they did the work on my foot. So my foot is, the doctor said, when I looked at my foot, it was all 7 layers of skin for 2.5 inches by 2 inches. It didn't appear like that on the surface, but what they had to remove as far as dead tissue was concerned, underneath the skin, the infection had spread underneath, and it was all rotting underneath that. But that's all documented on video format on my Patreon account. And Daisy, remind me to put up, I gotta load it today. The video I loaded yesterday I had video in a camera that I missed. I just missed it in my YouTube camera. So I just got it out of the camera yesterday. Remind me to post my day 25 or day 25, I think it was. So you'll see. It's only in 5-day increments. No one wants to see a picture of my foot, 30 pictures of my foot, believe me. But thank you for asking, and thank you for becoming a Patreon member. And any questions that you have will be addressed. Promise. If you have a telephone and you're in America, I can call you. If you don't have a telephone in America, I have Skype. And I'll send you that information, and I will Skype with you. And if you choose to record it, that would be up to you. But I'll tell you the truth about anything you need to know. So thank you, Moose Cage. And I'm going to go on William Carlin. I guess he thinks he's George Carlin. He says, I look like a pig. William Carlin, eating baboy. Okay. Ray, where I live in a container. Probably the same guy. Okay, so Scott said, listen carefully to Mr. Fazio's stories, comma. Zola, that's a man I met when I was dead. Death experiences, his instinct and research, and understand he is on a higher plane, which you people don't understand. You people you're just regular people walking around in a coma. I don't know how to put it any plainer than that. There are people, all levels of consciousness. Now, I'm not the smartest person in the world, but my level of awareness is much higher than that of, I could go 99.9% of the people in this world don't have the awareness of things I have. You could say I'm a liar. You could call me a pig. The guy called me a pig. Hurts my feelings. Oh, I'm overweight. Let me tell you something, Mr. William Carlin. Let me ask you a question. Let me see a picture of your brand new ragtop Mustang Cobra. Please show us, send us a link to the picture of your brand new Mustang ragtop Cobra. The day you bought it in the factory. Or your Formula SR 311 31-foot Ocean Racer with naturally aspirated 454s, 365 horse, twin engines, 730 horse. Let us see a picture of your goods, or just shut up and go away. There's much more of that I can't take. I'll have to block it. So if you want to leave your stupid comments there, they're welcome to stay there. But I could just take so much of ignorance. The ignorance rubs off. I could just take so much ignorance and then I have to go to work. And my idea of work is pushing the block you button. Don't make me go to work just for you. Gary Bonoya is back. He's another member of my Patreon account. Just got off the phone with him. He's headed across the desert in Arizona right now as we speak. Moose Cage, okay, I will check my email. But the reason I wanted to check that is so that I can confirm that the videos of how my foot is doing are on there. Now, there's two reasons why those videos are on there, and only that. One, I'm putting down the prices of the hospital costs and showing you pictures of bills. Now, YouTube flags those as not allowed, okay, age restricted. I don't know why. Well, because of the graphic nature of the wounds on my foot, YouTube's artificial intelligence sees open, bleeding wounds with green and orange and yellow substances coming out of them. They deem it of a graphic nature. So instead of putting that stuff up on YouTube, I just, well, which I don't even really want people to see that stuff unless I want them to see it. So instead of putting it up on YouTube, it's only on Patreon. Plus, it's a benefit of being a Patreon member. You can ask me exactly what it was, how it occurred, and things of that nature. Now, there are things I can't tell you about it because I don't know, but they're all the documentation of how much things cost in the Philippines versus like the cost of a prescription, high dose prescription too. We're talking highest dose possible antibiotics. I don't know what they would cost in America. Maybe somebody can put that down. But the highest dose of antibiotics possible for this particular dose type of antibiotics, you could afford to buy, but not in America. But in the Philippines, you could. And I tell you what the cost of each pill is. Or I will show you a bill for the pills. So, yes, Bahama, maybe that'll take some of the heat off of you. Because that whole show, I thought they were going to do another show about you. It's going, Bahama, we're going to make Bahama famous. So they did. I think the end of the show, they ended up with you. You're one of their favorite topics. But I put the links for that out already. You're right. Yeah. Okay. So, Phil, yes, I read. Yes, the link. Bahama said that the fellow. What's that guy's name? I can't remember his freaking name. I haven't been able to remember his name since we started this video. All right. It's gotta be here someplace. Okay. I got it. Mark Christian Kate. This guy here. I put the links for the video. I don't see the chat. I don't see how I could. It's not giving me the option to put words on the screen. All right. Okay. All right. So, okay, let's go back to this. All right. Obama, it was an entrapment sting. Yes, it was. You're 100% correct. I hate that I think he's saying he hates pedophilia. So does any other normal person. Thank you, Obama. All right, solar engineering here in the Philippines, flooding and more flooding. Oh, okay, strong herd. Strong herd. I told Daisy 3 days ago they were spraying hard. Okay, this is a serious topic. I told two men that walked by in the airport. I don't know, it might even be on video, but I told them, look, that's Makahilo. They were cargo handlers. Okay. I told them, look at the lines in the sky. These guys work in the airport. They had no idea what Makahilo was poison in the sky. They had no idea. I told them, look, the whole sky. They were just finishing off the last blue section of the sky. I said, wait. We were sitting down on the island outside Tagbilaran Airport, and the island that the cars go around, the circle, and you could see them spraying dots and dashes, and then they came across with a second pass. I told the guy, watch the thing, and we were there for about 7 or 8 minutes, 5 minutes, and it expanded and closed off the blue sky. Now, he was Filipino, and he probably never heard anything like that before, but I made people aware that they were doing it. It might even be in one of my videos, which you really should watch my latest video where I make all the cargo handlers dance and pretend that they're having sex with each other. I actually do that, okay? And I got them all laughing and dancing and giggling, and it's called, what's the name of that video, honey? Daisy? Hold on, I'll give you the name. You don't know? All right, I'll find it. I'm going to give you the name of the video. But it's not in this video, but you could see the spray in the sky. You might be able to see it in this video because I got a lot of sky in the video. Okay. I'm gonna post it now with the link. I can't post it now. Why can't I post it? I don't know. Oh, that's why, because I got something posted. Oh, I don't know why it won't post. Scott, I'm trying. You know what? I tried to repost your message, but it won't post. I guess you're not allowed to do that. Now I have no idea what's going on. All right. Okay. I tried to repost somebody else's message. It won't do that. Won't let me do that. Okay. Now I'm not allowed to repost somebody else's message. That's okay. I'm going to copy this information. This is a funny video where I got these baggage handlers dancing amongst each other and having sexual relationships with themselves. This is the name of the video that I'm going to paste. And then this is the link for the video. And now this is legal comedy on YouTube. But I have to tell you, I have a lot of stuff that YouTube frowns on my on my Patreon. So I'm going to go back up. I'm sorry, we were talking. I lost count. Obama said it was an entrapment sting, and it was. No doubt about it. The police state so much in their official statement that they've been watching this guy. I can't remember his name. Still can't remember. I don't like you. I can't remember your name. And I got to tell you something. As screwed up as that sounds, now I've copied and pasted this guy's name 10 times, and I can't remember his name. I don't like him. I don't like him at all. We have the Paco solution, which I should do a separate video about, that I think would be the perfect solution for this guy. Not death and life in prison, with a side order of the Paco solution. I'm going to make a separate video just for the Paco solution. I'll get a hammer and some nails, but I'm not going to get a live Como Sikiyama. That's out of the question. Okay, so I'm going back up. Philippines life with Mama. Yup, two underage girls, and yeah, I saw the link I sent you. Let me repost that link. Uh, okay, you know, I'm going to copy the link address. I don't know. I don't know if this is going to work. I'm going to try this. I tried copying a link a different way. I don't even know if that's the right link. It's the link I have up at the top. Okay, I know I can give you a good link. Hold on a minute. I'm going to my Word document, and it's right here. It's only down half a page. Here it is. This is the link with a full video of the arrest itself. Okay, gotta go back here. This is a link showing you the entire arrest from the time the police knock the door. They don't knock the door down, but from the time they put the key in the door, because this was well planned out. They put the key in the door very quietly. They run into the room. They demand in their language, I guess, that he lays down on the bed. He lays down on the bed. He has a pair of black underwear, it looks like, and they drape over from him from the back. So, like, they look like they're mounting him from the back. I thought they were going to give him a taste of his own medicine right then and there. But actually, what they were doing is holding him down. It just looked like that he was getting, you know, pounded from the back. But oh no, it didn't look. The police didn't look like that. They were just making sure he wasn't going to move. And that link should give you the information, the video that I just said. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to go back up. Yeah, John Workus, you could be your liberal self. Go to somebody else's channel and push that liberal stuff out on somebody else. This guy's been doing this for 7 years. Okay? There isn't a person in the Philippines that doesn't agree that what he does is wrong. Now, maybe it might not be illegal. We're going to find that out. But what he does is wrong. And if you did that to my 14-year-old daughter, it wouldn't be a question of wrong or illegal. Dude, you want to be a liberal pansy? I don't know. Maybe I'm misrepresenting your words. You want to be a liberal pansy? That's good for you to be. Be it someplace else. Don't come on here and say this guy is innocent when the police have been watching him apparently for a very, very long time. And in the police statement was that he's under surveillance because of sex acts with other 13 and 14. Oh, it doesn't say alleged sex acts. It says sex acts in one of the articles. So if the police are making such a bold statement, it means he probably did that. Go someplace else anyway. I don't really want to hear your garbage. I've had it up to here with that liberal, politically correct stuff. This is wrong what he was doing. Everybody knows it's wrong. You need to be someplace else if you think that there's a possibility of him being innocent. I suggest you get your butt onto an airplane and come and defend him in court, or give him money. Send money to his counsel, because he's going to need more pesos than you got. Bill Gott, we have the Paco solution. You have to go up or watch this video again to see the Paco solution. In brief, the Paco solution is you take the Komasikiyama and you take 2 or 3 roofing nails. You nail the Komasikiyama to a table. You give the man a dull knife. Now he's got the Komasikiyama nailed to the dull table and the tears are coming out of his eyes. And you spray lighter fluid on the Komasikiyama and you tell him your life, your future is in your hands. Your future is in your hands. Your future is in your hands. And you start throwing matches at the Komasikiyama. That's the Paco solution. All right, now Strongherd, calamity and more calamity. Strongherd was where I got off track before with the chemtrails. They have been spraying so hard for the last 3 days, and I'm going, why so much? It's not even just during the day, it's at night too. And now we have a category, possibly 5, forming up around Manila, which is the equivalent of a typhoon called Yolanda, which is the equivalent of 250 mile an hour plus winds and gusts. And that's why they've been spraying so hard. They created this mess. They do it every time. They did it for the Sandy Hook disaster. I mean, the Sandy Hook storm, the Sandy Hook hurricane, I think it was. No, Hurricane Sandy. They did it for Hurricane Sandy. They're doing it here in the Philippines, and they're doing it for a reason. And you want the reason? I'll tell you what the reason is. You become a member of my Patreon account. Compensate me from some of my more inside track information that you think this. You got this guy calling me William Cowboy. Looks like you're a baboy. You got some clown like to show me something that you've done, William Carl. Of course he can't. He's a parasitic. He's of a parasitic nature. A parasitic commenter on YouTube. All he'll ever be. He'll never have any subscriber base. Probably, I'd almost be willing to bet money. If you went to his channel, he has less than 5 subscribers, and that includes his mother, his father, his other mother, his other possible father, and probably himself. All right, so I'm going to scroll down here. That's right. And back to Strongherd, yes. No, I don't. No, you know, Jimmy, I read a lot of stuff. From what I remember about the Book of Enoch, I was reading it back in like 2005. I got about a third of the way through, and from all the other research that I did, it conflicted so diversely from the other research that I did, I stopped reading it. I never read the entire book. I could have, but it just didn't seem to make sense to me with the understanding I had of ancient writings at that time. Maybe I could reread it again in today's world with going back another 13 years with more education and more understanding and with more information available on the internet. I might look at the Book of Enoch differently. Some of the stuff that was in the Book of Enoch was believable, but some of it for me was not. I kind of liken the Book of Enoch, to be honest with you, with the Mormons, the Book of Mormons and Mr. Smith. That some of the Book of Enoch reminded me of that because I was reading every version of every Bible that was in English at the time, and the Book of Mormons, you'd have to be a moron to believe the Book of Mormons. You'd have to be a moron to believe that Joseph Smith existed. You'd have to be a moron to believe any of that. Now, the Book of Enoch was a little bit more presentable, but the Book of what I call the Book of Morons, that is just so totally unbelievable. I couldn't. The story. It's not even. It has so many scenes where it breaks apart from fact and reality into fiction. In my opinion, I couldn't follow the Book of Morons. I read it though, I read it because the people next door to me were morons. 12, 13 of them living in one house. They gave me the book. I read it. I gave it back to them. I said, I'm not interested. They wanted me to become a moron. Imagine me being a moron. Imagine that. Okay, I hear you, bro, from Mama. I lost track. Philippine Life with Blum. I blocked him on my channel. I don't know who you blocked. I lost some of the comments and I can't go back up. You want to tell me who you blocked? Thank you. Okay. Oh. Waking up. Now here's an intelligent comment. See, I deal with intelligent comments. What I deem intelligent, I don't care what you think is intelligent or not. I never cared. I'm never going to care. But probably any intelligent person would come to the same understanding. Intelligence don't even have to agree with it, but if it's stated intelligently, I could read it and deal with it and compensate for the disagreement I might have with it. But somebody calling me about, boy, the conversation's over. Okay, I'm overweight, but I live in the Philippines. And at some point, I retired when I was 38 and bought $1 million house in Florida. And then I lost. Then I bought 2 more properties. Then I lost all of that, and then I retired again. Then I started a company, and then I retired again. Okay? The moron telling me that I'm a fat boy, he's never done anything like that. Never owned an ocean racer, never owned a sport 175 mile out of the factory sports car, ragtop Cobra Mustang. He's never owned anything like that. He couldn't afford to buy the rims on my car. Neither could Ray Hammond. Couldn't buy the rims on my Cobra. Okay, now, Scott Del Fuego tells Moose Cage, watch the marriage counselor videos, but have oxygen ready. Hard to breathe when you're laughing so hard. Now, you would not believe me being a marriage counselor, but I am. And if you want to know what it's like to be married, you can go to the Be Like Mike school. And the Be Like Mike school will teach you what it's like to be married without actually having been married. So you can experience marriage without having been married. But in order to see that video, you have to be a member of my Patreon account. And I got to tell you, I'd get thrown off YouTube for that one. That would just be the one that broke the camel's back. Maybe. Well, probably not maybe, considering I sent a letter to Google once. That was a mistake. That was a mistake. Okay. Okay. Yeah, Daisy is a blessing in disguise. Salute. That's Italian. Salute, Michael. Salamat. That's Visaya. Thank you. Oh, appreciate that. Plus having Daisy May in your life is the cherry on top. You win. Where's Daisy? Honey? Come over here and make a special guest appearance. I'm happy she's back, by the way. No one's asking. Well, somebody. Come on over. You know what I want to show you? I'm going to show you the kind of girl Daisy is. I want you know that red. She went to the city to buy a red dress. Remember the red dress? How many pesos did the lady want?
The dress.
The one that you had to put the elastic in? Was that
50 pesos.
How many did she want before you went to the city?
100.
Say it louder.
100. She
Okay.
wants 100 pesos.
Okay, so this is the kind of girl Daisy is. This is why I love Daisy, okay? This is why I would never let you abuse Daisy. And it doesn't matter what you think you're capable of. I think I'm capable of not allowing you to abuse my girl. And if I believe it, it's probably true. It's definitely true here. This all really counts. So, Daisy, this is the kind of girl Daisy is. She's looking for a dress, and she goes Facebook, right? Facebook? On that dress was on?
Oh, yeah.
The dress was on Facebook. The girl wants 100 pesos, and she'll meet Daisy in the city. Now, the traversing back and forth is 50 pesos. Okay, it's 25 pesos there and back. So she wants to buy a 100 peso dress. What I give you, 1,000 pesos? I think I gave her 1,000 pesos. I said, yeah, well, 700, but it might have been 1,000. Okay, because she only wants 100. So she's got to have lunch, she's got to have money to buy something. She wants something. She comes back with a bag of stuff. I mean, like she comes back with thousands of pesos worth of clothes. And she comes back with the dress that she wanted and a piece of elastic that she bought in the store. Because the part that holds up the dress, like here, the elastic was like on my, okay, honey. The elastic was garbage. It was, you put the elastic in heat or too much, it loses the elasticity. She's a very shy person, too. And it loses the elasticity. So she tells me,
This one?
yeah, that's the one. We showed him, yeah. I have to put my turtle glasses on. Anybody remember these? So the elastic in here was no good. When you pulled it, there was nothing to pull. It was already stretched out. So she opened up the seam here in the back, and we put a string through it. My aircraft sewing needles for wood open fabric sewing needles, and we put the string through it, and we pulled a new piece of elastic through it, and now the front, the back has a nice piece of elastic in it, and she chewed the woman down from 100 pesos, which is $2, to 50 pesos. My girl, she's after my heart. This girl. This is a Rabbi Jew Barker moment.
I'm cheap.
She is the heck. Let's show them the whole dress. Not much material here, but it's a beautiful dress. When Daisy puts a little flower in her hair, it's an amazing looking dress. So it's a little tight on me, but you know, it's the kind of guy I am. Thanks, honey. Okay, so I'm going to put my reading glasses back. Does anybody remember the turtle glasses from the 70s? These are 40 years old, buddy. These are real original turtle glasses, and I had them in 1970.
Is this okay?
Sure. Oh, look, she's modifying.
I repaired that.
You did her shoes. The stitching came out of her shoes. Yeah. The stitching was down here. Yeah. The stitching was along the bottom. Give me one of those bolts, honey. Give one screw. So she just did this while I was talking. It's amazing how much work she got done in such a.
They put that small one screw.
They had little screws like this. And she put, let me have one of the big ones. You have a big one or no more? Okay, so she took self-tapping screws and replaced these little screws with 1¼ inch self-tapping screws. We have them in the shed. She's an amazing girl, Daisy May. She didn't ask me how to do it because she knows how to do it because I showed her how self-tapping, which means she had to get a drill, clean the bench. We keep an area on the bench for emergencies, always clean. Take the drill, take the self-tapping tip out of the drawer, put it in the drill, tighten the chuck key. In my Milwaukee, she uses. She doesn't use that garbage that we buy here in the Philippines. Use the 110-volt drill?
Yeah.
She uses my Milwaukee 110-volt drill, so I bought in 1980. Still running. 38-year-old tools. Okay. Put the tip in and then send them in. Okay. Now, she did that while you and I were having a conversation, while I was talking to you. Put that up. There's the screw, honey. Put that in our little screw thing, yeah. Well, just put it in that round thing with the rest of. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So, all right, I lost track here. Daisy's a good girl. Strong herd. Too many people that are macaque. Yeah, that's right. I hate liars. if I hear you talking to me, if you're talking to me, I gotta tell you, this is how it always was. You could I meet people for the first time. I don't care who introduces them to me, how I meet them. I tell them, if you and I are going to have any relationship, if you ever lie to me, if I catch you in a lie, our friendship is over that moment that you lied to me. Now, if you tell me let's do something, and you're setting me up by lying to me, our relationship is over too. But if you lie to me, like I say to you, why are you 20 minutes late? Tell me why you're 20 minutes. You live 2 blocks from here, and you give me some kind of horse nonsense that you had to go buy baby formula for your kid. Meanwhile, you got off at 5 o'clock last night from work. And why didn't you buy baby formula last night? Your wife can't figure out that she needs. Why didn't your wife go to buy baby formula? Why didn't your wife get up at 5:30 in the morning? You tell me something, I just fire you. You cannot lie to me. I don't allow that. Too much macaque. Moose Cage, Wisconsin, USA. Here, Michael. Have a nice night, and thanks again, Moose. I look forward to talking. Well, if you left your phone number, or I'll leave you a message, and I'll leave you my Skype address. I'll ask you for your phone number if you forgot to leave it. Thank you. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for becoming a Patreon member. I do appreciate it, and you're gonna have fun. Okay, you are gonna the videos on YouTube. No way you could get away with that stuff anymore with this politically correct nonsense. There's no way. Strong. Wayne Yurovich is a moron who likes to troll inside his basement, and these are the kind of people who are already damned and hopeless. Never mind their stupidity, Mike. It just takes up time. Actually, sometimes for me to share some level of abuse with people is good because it gets out some of my frustration, but more so than that, it makes me alive. It brings a new consciousness into. It makes me remember what it was like to be born in New York City, and to be part of a culture where sarcasm and innuendo was part of my life. But everybody drew the line at personal attacks. Like, I can't mention names, but I could tell you that if you said something, now really you see it in the movie, talking about my mother like that, and some people think that that's funny to talk about somebody's mother or their wife, and some people will let you get away from it. And if you really want to make somebody upset, you could talk about their mother or their wife, but you have to suffer the consequences if you do that to the wrong person. And there are people that I knew that were the wrong type of people to talk about. Now, not necessarily me. I'm a very peaceful and pacifist type of guy, but there were people that made you do things to them, like the movie Scarface when he in front of the UN building. Look what you made me do, motherfucker. Look what you made me do to you. Well, that's the way it was in New York City. Okay, the people don't understand that. These new snowflakes and these sissies and pansies on YouTube, they don't understand that. But life in the street in New York was completely different than life in the Philippines. So to be partially abusive to a small degree, it just brings back good memories. But thanks for telling me to let it go. Like water over a duck's feathers. That's me.
You want to make lunch?
Not yet, honey. Okay, now we have some more negativity. Okay, John Workus. This guy is innocent before found guilty with a question mark. Everybody says so. Now, but it's not hearsay. It's not hearsay like it is when no one sees any of this. This guy's been doing this stuff for 7 years. He makes public videos about this. He has hundreds of videos with girls that look underage, and the police have been watching him for a very long time, and the police said they've been doing this. The police admitted that the news said that he has been under surveillance for child pornography, child sex trafficking, solicitation of a minor, rape, sodomy. This isn't like a conjecture where I tell you that there's a guy over there by that fence that he's a pervert. I can't prove that. But everybody on YouTube that watched any of his videos comes to that conclusion in a few minutes, not hours or days. So if you're still there, I can't say he's guilty, but I would I'll bet you big money he's guilty. I'll bet you whatever I got that he's guilty. I can't say he is guilty because I can't do that. But I'd wager that he's going to be found guilty. And I would wager 2-to-1 odds against whatever 5-to-1. Doesn't matter. You're going to lose. Bill God, next comment. He's a dirtbag. Happy to be caught. So this is where we went back to Paco's solution. Black Earth Productions. I remember you. I'm doing okay. I don't remember much about you, but I remember that name. Hello. Now, Graham, I hope the authorities go through his client list. This will go global. Probably. They're all pedophile rings go global. Pedophiles are some of the richest people in the world, by the way. Pedophiles are not poor people. They're the one that the alleged pedophile ring that Bill Clinton was involved with, they had freaking 32 passenger jets. They used to fly these people in and out of that guy's island. You talking about, I don't know, for $4,000, $5,000 an hour to own the plane, and $35 million for the plane, and food, and then the hotels. I forgot the guy's name. I don't know much about pedophiles. Never met one that I had a conversation with. That I know of. Okay. Anybody who ever talked to me about something like that, nobody would talk to me about something like that. I guess there are certain questions they ask you before they ask you if you're interested in something like that. There must be key words that I'm missing out on, but I never encountered a pedophile that I know. Oh, let's think real hard. Nobody in my family. Nobody in the Philippines, but I have met some really sick, perverted, twisted individuals where I just stood up at a party that I had been with these people 4 or 5 different occasions. I stood up. I said, are you asking me a question like that? Are you serious? Yeah. I said, the other 4 men, it was 5 men. I said, and myself, 6. Does anybody else have a problem with the question this guy asked me? And they were all talking. I shut the music off. I said, he just asked me if I wanted to go to Thailand and experience ladyboys. Does anybody have a problem with that? And I asked, and they wouldn't say the answer. And I asked each person, I said, well, the first guy said, well, if you want to go to Thailand, I don't want to go to Thailand and experience ladyboys. I'm not interested in that crap. I'm asking you, do you have a problem with him asking me the question? One thing has nothing to do with the other. Pay attention. So none of them had a problem with him asking me the question. He was just trying to explain to me I could go to Thailand and experience ladyboys. But guess what? Daisy was upstairs with the girls. And he says, well, I said, what am I going to do with Daisy if I went to Thailand? Just out of curiosity. Because I would never leave Daisy or go to Thailand. And he goes, well, just tell her you're going to Thailand to experience ladyboys. I said, I thought you were kidding. I'm out of here. I'm never coming back. I'm never going to talk to any of you people again. And I never did. Not one. And these were my 5 foreigner friends in the Philippines. I have no foreigner friends anymore. I have a couple. But they wouldn't even go to a party like that because there was alcohol involved. And I wasn't drunk. He was drunk. The other 5 guys were. half drunk. You ask me a question if I want to go I should leave Daisy alone and go to Thailand to experience ladyboys. Our friendship, this conversation, anything that you and I ever had to do with each other, that's over. It was over before the last word echoed in my ear. That's the kind of shit you see in Philippines. Robin Williams, yeah. Robin Williams' son, yeah. John Walker's. Why am I so excited about your question? Because this guy's been doing that for years. And there isn't a sane person in the world that has watched his videos that didn't want to see him get arrested. So it's a touchy subject. Maybe, just maybe, I know somebody that I really cared about that was raped. Maybe that's a possibility. Maybe it touches a nerve deep down in the back of my head. But not only the coincidence, the situation where somebody that I know and love was raped, but what happened afterwards. Maybe deep down in my subconscious, there's a spark of remorse. Okay? Maybe it just touches a place that I don't want to go. But when you're raping children, and when you're raping innocent children and you're paying innocent children 150 pesos for the most perverse sex acts, I have a problem with that. You want an answer to your question? There's your answer. You can have your right to ask. It was a legitimate question, but I don't like your question. And being that it's my channel, I get to form my opinion. And now you just gave me a counter opinion. Actually, your counter opinion is quite viable, but not to me. Not because of all the videos I've watched of this piece of garbage with arms and legs and what he's done. I think the man is guilty. I can't prove it, but I think there's enough evidence that if let's say you could scrape up $10,000. Let's just say you could scrape it up. Beg, borrow, and steal, because probably you could not. Let's just say you could. I'll wager you. I'll put it in a bank account in escrow with a lawyer's document, and we'll wait for the trial to be over. Winner takes all, John. How's that for me thinking that could he could he's probably guilty. Can't say he's guilty, but how's that? You want to wager something? What do you have? Tell me what you got. I'll take the registration for your car over the registration to something I own. Okay? What do you got that says that he's innocent? Not calling you names. Nobody in their right mind that's watched this video. I think only a liberal would say this guy. Only a liberal pansy. I don't know that you're a liberal pansy, but you got offended by me calling you a liberal pansy, so maybe you are. I don't know. Show me something that says you're not a liberal pansy. Show me you walking steel, or show me you welding 36-inch pipes out on the ocean on the inside with fans blowing fresh air into you. Show me you operating a tugboat. Show me you operating a crane. Show me you're not a liberal pansy. And I'll retract my belief that you're a liberal pansy. My channel. I do what I want. I know. Daisy's saying I have no voice. I don't need much of a voice to do what I got to do here. Robert Williamson, yeah, that's the Paco solution. Robert Williamson, they screwed him down to a shack and right on, baby. Yeah, Bill, and I'm not allowed to talk about that on YouTube. I've already been warned, so I can't talk about that on YouTube. Actually, physically, I had dire repercussions for talking about that, so I don't talk about that anymore. Yeah, chemtrails are probably bioengineering or geoengineering for another race of beings that either is here and can't breathe our atmosphere or is on its way. And this is that's a viable that's a viable possibility. We're not out here on in conspiracy land with that one. They're doing it to the whole world. They're changing the atmosphere, and they have to be doing it to the whole world for a reason. It's called geoengineering. It's in 1,000 movies. They're doing it to Earth. For what reason? All right, so Henry C. Makes perfect sense to me. I've been saying it for years, but people don't want to hear it. And far be it from me to say anything off the beaten track, Henry, but I think you nailed it. So I'm going to move on to the next comment. Yeah, Robin Williamson, something about Buddhism. He likes something about Buddhism. Yeah, Buddhism just lets you be the person that you want to be without harming the harmless or hurting the innocent. Doesn't mean that you can't do things that the government doesn't agree with. The basic tenets of Buddhism, for anybody that doesn't know, is not to lie, not to steal, not to harm the harmless, and not to hurt the innocent. But you, if you so choose, and it's a big choice, if you so choose to protect the innocent, it's it's free for all. Wherever the cards lay when you're done, that's the bottom line. Those are universal concepts that are accepted by almost every basic tenet of every religion. Now, the crap that the church puts out with the church is basically owns the war machine. That's a different story. But Buddhism just lets you be who you want to be. If you want to be a pacifist, you can be a pacifist. Now, nobody that is a Buddhist considers themselves a Buddhist because that's another part of Buddhism. It's a belief system. It's not a religion or a philosophy. But but it but not to harm the harmless or hurt the innocent doesn't mean you can't protect the harmless or the innocent, and it doesn't mean there are rules. That's why I like Buddhism too. Okay, Scott's back. This doesn't work for Stugats. That's right. For the ignorant, for the intelligence doesn't work for stupid people. You can't have an intelligent conversation with a stupid person. We're not talking about level of verbal vocabulary. We're not talking about math. We're talking about common sense. We're talking about street sense. We're talking about life experience. The Stugats are somebody that they spent their whole life in a coma because of drugs or alcohol. Uh, they came up in an abusive family. They don't understand anything but hatred. They don't understand anything but sadomasochism. They can't. They've never grown to the next level of consciousness. Okay, Robert Williamson. I'm not going to get involved with what chemtrails do. I suggest you Google what is geoengineering, and that would give you your answer. I'm not being sarcastic, but I could explain this to you for 4 days. I could sit down and talk like this for 4 days, and you wouldn't be any smarter than you are right now. I just told you how to find the solution to your question. Google geoengineering, Google what are they spraying in the sky. Those two things. If you didn't hear it when the video replays later on, just go through. What are they spraying in our skies? Okay. We're not going to address any more of your. Okay. What is the difference between a chemtrail and a vapor trail? A chemtrail is a chemical that disperses for hours on end. A vapor trail lasts for 30 seconds. Please don't ask me any more questions about that. I will not address them. I see that you asked more. I'm done on that topic. All this stuff is easily Googled and easily verified on different websites that are much more serious than I'm going to get involved with you. Thanks for asking. However, if you became a Patreon member at the $10 level or above, I'll give you inside information as to what they are. But you're not going to do that, and I'm not going to answer any more of your questions. Thanks for stopping by. Have a great day, and God day to you. I suggest you interchat between other people in the chat room to get your answers. That was the last question I'm going to address from you, Robert Williamson. Best wishes to you and Daisy, and best wishes to you too. Thank you very much for stopping by, and I wish you the best. And chemtrails are a subject that you should look into because it's affecting you and your children. Thanks for stopping by. I'm not being sarcastic. I'm trying to help you there, Robert. Okay, Lefty, how you doing? Lefty all around is back. He's letting us know he's back. Homa is back. That's Daisy's friend. Now, Robert Williamson did not talk about chemtrails. He's talking about taking care of your stuff. You take care of your stuff lasts. Like my 1980 Milwaukee drill, I'm sure he's talking about that. You need to put grease in the head gear chamber because a little bit of grease comes out on the shaft every revolution. It might take a million revolutions, but it does work. You got to change the brushes. You got to clean the armature, but it will last forever. My drill is 38 years old and has 100 lifetimes or more of the average person that owns a drill because I used it for the construction industry. Good point, Robert Williamson. Thank you for that. Other topics I can talk to you about. The chemtrails, I gave you the information. You have an intelligent question, I'm going to address it. Says that guy, whoever that guy is, I go back up to the top of the page again. Mark Christian Catley 45. Got to copy it again. All right. Okay. Uh-oh's giving us information. Says that this guy, who I can't remember his name, and I just copied it again. Mark Christian Catley 45. Where it is, just Google that, you'll find out. Paid the girls, the children, the underage children, 150 pesos to literally have sex with them for $3 and take pictures of the sexual acts. That's a sickness. That man should live forever strapped to a piece of 4x8 plywood with intravenous and never be able to move again. In my opinion. I saw that in a movie once. Kind of liked it. I had thought of it long before that, though.
Is he a Filipino, honey?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
What are you doing? Sewing?
Yeah.
Let me see.
This one.
Daisy's sewing a beautiful cat pocketbook. This is the pocketbook Daisy was wearing when I met her. Yeah?
Yeah.
I love this pocketbook. Daisy, not so much. This is. I don't like cats so much. I had a cat. I had great cats, but too much work. They stink. Anyway, so that's right. To get them to have full-on sex, $3, and we know what he did. That's right. Ephraim Cordell. Okay, you have to Google his. Ephraim wants to know what happened to Bebot. Right? He's in jail. I left his full name in the comment section below. Look for the name Mark Christian Catley. Is that right? Oh man, Mark Christian Catley, 45. Google his name. It'll bring you to the video of him being arrested and why. Okay, I got to go back down there. Okay, you guys are talking to each other about chemtrails. I like that. Best wishes to you, Michael, from Robert Williamson. Thank you, Robert. Bill Gar likes Daisy when Daisy welds plastic.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Bill Gar's been around a long time. You want to show them the pot? Show them the pot. The pink one, please. Bill, I'm going to tell you, Daisy melded. Plastic welding is called melding. Daisy melded this part together 6, 7 months ago. It doesn't leak a drop in 6 months. This was her best melding job ever. Thanks for remembering, Bill. Was giving me information that wasn't out yesterday, or I didn't read this morning, about 5,000 US dollars worth of gifts to bebots. Well, and what do I think that was for? Of course, it was for something that you couldn't buy with normal money. You couldn't buy in the store, whatever it was. I don't know what it was. Gary, I can't read that on YouTube, but I suggest you go up a few and look at Gary Edwards' comment about Mr. Obama. Roy D is new here. We're doing well. Roy, I only answer and address intelligent comments. Whether they're positive or negative, that's up to you. I'll address them if they're intelligent. Okay. Said the name of where Bill Clinton was on the plane with possibly underage girls, definitely prostitutes, was the Lolita Express. That's been proven. He doesn't even, he admits that. All right. Of course, John Walker's. Of course, he is not good. Of course, he is not good for the area. We agree on that. He was doing his dating thing, which pretty much says it all. I just asked if the police or law system there will have some type of trial for Bebot guy. Yes. That's what was okay. Now that's an intelligent and a legitimate question. I don't know. I started this live stream to find out, to try to get a lawyer or a police officer to tell us what the Philippines law is. I really, because when you read law or you ask, I could call up my lawyer and pay $20. I'm not interested in that. Unless you want, if you send me $20, I'll call up my lawyer and ask him what the law is. I'm sure he's heard about this by now. But I'm not going to spend $20 to find out what the information is. I don't earn any money here. None of you have done whatever that thing is, whatever they call that. What do they call that? None of you have sent a super chat, and I'm not asking you for a super chat. But the only way to find that out would be to call up my lawyer, and I'm not spending $20 to find that information out, because this video will get about 1,000 views. I'll earn about $3 on this video, and I'm out $20, and the time it costs me to talk to my lawyer. I asked for free information, just like you're asking for free information from a lawyer who doesn't have to admit they're a lawyer, or a police officer. Whether he will go to trial, who knows? I personally hope Duterte gets involved with this himself. I actually like a lot of the things that Mr. Duterte does. I hope that he actually gets involved with this personally. I think something befitting of him would be to put him in an area of very large gay men and tell them, do not hurt this man physically. We want him alive for the next 40 years or 30 years. But have your way. Have your way if that's you so pleased. But don't end his pain and suffering. Now, I know that Mr. Duterte could do that. He could set up an entire arena in there. They could have the Bebot event of the day. And, 4 or 5 big guys mount them like they're mounting a Bengal tiger and run them around the ring. And that's what I would hope Mr. Duterte would do. John Worker says those young men, they were boring. Yeah, they were boring. Okay, now back. Thank you for the information. Thank you for your observation. So my contact in the Philippines from another matter, Scott Del Fuego. So my contact in the Philippines from another matter said definitely can be looking at life if child rape involved and no bail on death penalty or possible life changes. Thank you, Scott. Okay, so my contact in the Philippines, this is in regards to this guy, Mark Christian Catley. This is Scott's reply. Scott has a contact of some sort in the Philippines, and I would take Scott's word for it. On another matter that said, now this third party said he can definitely be looking at life imprisonment if it's child rape or if child rape is involved and no bail on death penalty or possible life charges. So in other words, what I gleaned from this is if the charges against you are possibly charges that are going to put you in prison for life, there is no bail. That would be one thing there would be no bail for, because in the beginning of this video, I asked people, honey, can you close that window? The glare is starting to, the door, not the window, the door. The glare is starting to wipe me out. The door would be fine. So if the charges put you in jail for life, okay, thank you. If the charges put you in jail for life, there's no bail. If the charges rape and there's children involved, there's no bail. And if it's a death penalty offense, there's no bail. According to the police article from this man name who I just posted, again, Mark Christian Catley. Okay. According to the article that you read when you go there, he qualifies for all of Scott's no bail. The answer, if that was the answer to my question, Danny Gordon. Hello, Danny. Yeah, Danny, I don't know how long you've been watching. I did have to go off on a tangent a little bit. Not off the chain like yesterday, though. The funny thing, Danny, I asked the people that called me a pig, told me I was overweight, fat, whatever. I asked those people to show me something that they've accomplished. Put a link here, I'll allow it. I'll allow people, you put a link of your channel to show me a video of something you've built, a crane that you've operated, a tugboat that you decked on, a pile driving unit that you rigged up the poles. A backhoe that you operate, a tracker, even a bobcat, a little toy bobcat. I asked them for one small piece of information showing me your operational skills or skills in the construction industry. Guys tell me I don't know how to build. I'm building it backwards. Show me one footing that's been completed. And they don't understand the scope of the job. They don't even understand what the scope of the job means. You have to present all of your entire plan in your head or on paper. You have to present it to somebody else or have it in your head before you do it. I'm following the proper procedure to do my job. I can call you up and talk to you on the phone in 10 minutes. Anybody would understand that the procedural process that I'm following is correct for what I'm working with. But Danny goes one step further. It's amazing how much money the fruits, nuts, and flakes have. They will have, but they can't show it. And how his real big point is, it also amazes Danny how few real men there are left today. And that's true. I got a boy that works next door. I met him when he was 16. Okay? He never, I met him 4 years ago. Never had a girlfriend. Never had a date with a girl. Good looking kid. Okay? Got money. Got his own, he has a 70,000 peso motorcycle. 4 years ago, he had a seven. He's got an apartment overlooking the ocean. He's got good looks, got a good personality. He goes to college studying for health and management, welfare, hotel management. He has never had a girlfriend. He does not know how to pick up a 5-gallon bucket of water. He takes 2-quart milk bottles, Coke bottles, fills it up with water, and then walks it over to a 5-foot high shrub and pours it on the outside of the leaves. He doesn't even pour it around the root system. In the sun, you're not supposed to pour it on the leaves. He's that stupid. There are no real men left. There's a few men in the Philippines that do men's work, but they do it under the guise of someone telling them what to do. But for them to be able to do it on their own, there are very few. So it's a dying art, being a man. Yeah, well, yeah, Robin Williamson. Yeah, there are ladyboys here, but apparently there are not quality ladyboys like there are in Thailand. That's what the guy was trying to get me to go to Thailand for. He said the ladyboys here are nothing. The ladyboys in Thailand are full-on ladyboys, whatever that means. The conversation didn't last long enough for me to understand what a full-on ladyboy is. I don't know if a full-on ladyboy still has a komusikiyama and an orifice to slip something into. I don't know what a full-on ladyboy means. Okay? You tried to tell me that you couldn't tell the difference between a ladyboy and a girl. I don't believe that. But here you can. But in Thailand, apparently that's supposed to be something that's possible. The whole conversation didn't last a minute and a half. After 5, 6 months of sitting down at a party with this guy, we had one party a month, so 5 or 6 parties. I stood up, went upstairs, got Daisy, said, "Let's get out of here. We're going. We're never coming back. Never coming back in this house. Never going to talk to any of you people again." And I never did. West sees Selman. Hey, Barge Captain. That's Barge Dragon. I was the captain of Barge Dragon. I wonder if Wes was one of the men that saw me operating Barge Dragon. Hello, Wes. Thanks for stopping by. Bill Gar. Now, Bill Gar is not a man to hold back his opinion. Bill says anyone. Now you have to put the caveat on after Bill Gar's comment. Anyone who thinks he is innocent, this guy. Shit. Mark Christian Catley. Okay. Anybody that thinks he's innocent obviously supports what the dirtbag was doing. And I got to agree. Well, you got to add the caveat that maybe somebody that never heard this guy or watched any of his videos. We'd have to add to that, Bill Gar. Anybody that thinks he's innocent after watching, say, 1 hour of his videos is obviously part of a pedophilia cult or just a perverted, sick son of a gun. That's a line from the Addams Family, Bill James. You stole that line from the Addams Family. It's a funny line, though. When I first heard it 10 years ago, I laughed my butt off. On the subject, are Girl Scout cookies made from real Girl Scouts? That was the girl, the Addams girl, Pugsley, and Pugsley was the boy. The girl, the Addams Family girl, asked a Girl Scout counselor or somebody, our Girl Scout cookies made from real Girl Scouts, and then she had like a gleam in her eye because she was thinking about making Girl Scout cookies. Edward Gary Edward. I heard about the secret space program. I believe that I could tell you why. I'm not going to get involved with my abduction experience, but there are craft that don't come from this world, and they do take you, and they do things to you. And I've I've made videos about this when I first got on YouTube, and no one sent my information to people, and no one was really interested. Doesn't matter. I believe that this world is flat, number one, and I believe there are thousands of worlds just like this, who are flat planes. Danny Gordon, back to hard work. The days of real work and real men and the art of learning and living a craft are over. Everyone wants to make a living behind a dress and stand behind their woman and keyboards for defense. Yeah, I have this problem with the sissies too. I called the guy a pansy yesterday. Uh, Chris C. Uh, he stuck up for somebody who I begged the guy to stop commenting. He used to leave intelligent comments. He says, look, you made enough comments for today, but I'm your number one supporter. That's enough comment. Please don't comment anymore. Then I ended up getting off the chain with the guy, and then Chris sends me a message after the live stream broke because we lost connection here. Chris sends me a link. A comment saying, I don't agree with what you said to Derek. I don't remember if the guy's name was Derek. I don't like the guy. I don't remember his name. If I did remember his name, it's by accident. And I told him, you're a pansy. Why would you agree with me? I just blocked you for life. Go start another channel. That's what they have to do if they want to leave a comment again. But he's sticking up for a guy. I begged the guy, stop leaving comments, because I kind of like the guy. He was kind of a nice guy. I kind of left nice comments for. And he's like, why won't you answer me, Michael? Answer me. Like now you're just infringing on my time, and you're being a jerk, and you're being ignorant because I asked you nice and you didn't follow my instructions. And in real life, in my company, I own the company. I pay the bills. I pay the insurance. I'm the boss. You don't like it? Get another job. That's the way I do business. And if I was in the Philippines and if I decided to hire people, they would do what I told them to do. But I can't do that because they won't listen to me. Now, okay, so I'm going to skip some of these comments. I'm going to just grab a couple of important ones. Robert Williamson, Efren Cordero, he's answering Efren's comment. Bebot is in jail awaiting trial, been arrested. Okay. Bill Goss states that the guy is not an American or Australian or German. Bill Goss states that the man is a Filipino. From what I understand, he was born in the Philippines. He went to America. He was schooled in America. And what I read is that he became an assistant in an old age home where he helped elderly people eat and change their bedpans. And then he moved to the Philippines to do his, what he calls things here. Daisy May is an achiever. That's right. She's over there sewing. She never stops. And I never ask her to do what needs to be done. She just does it. If fix the shoes, she does it. If there's laundry to be done, she does it. If there's cleaning to be done and I don't have time to do it, she does it. She's an achiever. She's a go-getter. She's an overachiever. For her culture, she's an overachiever. Thank you. Nice haircut, by the way. Yeah, 40 pesos. I still have hair, too. Look, on the top. There's still hair on the top, but I do feel the wind when it blows by on a cool day. There is, there is, there is silence up there in some places.
But you need the color black, your hair.
Yeah, Daisy wants to cover. Okay. So now, thank you, Stephen Rogers. Okay, thank you for. I don't buy beer, but you know what? I tell you what. Daisy likes pizza. You like pizza, yeah? Today's Sunday, Monday.
Monday.
Daisy's going to go into town today to buy. She likes pizza. We haven't had pizza. Did you have pizza in Mindanao? No. So she hasn't had pizza in 5 weeks. So I'm going to take that $5 and I'm going to send Daisy. The pizzas here are 80 pesos. 80 pesos.
75.
How much?
75.
No, they went up. They were 79 to 80 pesos. That's like $1.80. So I'm going to tell Daisy to buy 3 pies, specifically with your money, and anything else she wants with my money. And thank you for that. That's where that money's going. And Daisy, when you get home, when you go to town to get the pizza later, you're going to get. The gentleman just gave us $5 to buy a beer, but a beer. So you're going to go. If we don't have bad weather, Stephen Rogers, if we don't have bad weather, Daisy's going to go to town today. If we have bad weather and we're expecting a Category 4 or 5 hurricane or or a Yolanda type typhoon 200 miles from here, if she doesn't go today, she's going to make a video of her putting those 3 videos up on the counter. And thank you very much. That money is going to go, and I don't eat their pizza here. I have one slice. If she has a pie, I might have one slice. The second pie, I won't have any of. So she's got 3 pies less one slice. Thank you very much, Stephen Rogers. It's very nice of you to do that. And Daisy will make a video of that and put Daisy.
Salamat. Yeah, thank you.
Let's say hello over here because I can't turn the computer, honey.
Oh, what is the name?
Stephen Rogers.
Buy yourself a beer. Thank you very much, Stephen Rogers.
I know Daisy's been wanting pizza because there's one thing that my girl likes: pizza. I'm not eating. She doesn't like hamburgers. She doesn't care if we eat pork. She loves roasted chicken, but pizza, that's a whole nother story. Right, honey?
Yes, that's right.
Thank you very much, Stephen. We'll make a video and we're going to put the name Stephen Rogers Pizza Parlor on there, okay? It's going to be just a 30 or 40-second video, maybe a minute, but you're going to be famous, Stephen. Thank you for that.
Stephen.
Oh no, that's another one. No, Stephen, no, please. I'm not. Oh man, you don't have to. Okay, we don't. Okay, thank you. No more. Okay, this isn't why I come on here. I really don't. I asked somebody to take their money back, Danny Gordon. If you could take it back, I don't know that you could do that, but if you want to take the second one back, the pizza for the $5 for the pizza would be fine with me. Thank you. I don't know if you could do it, but you are welcome to take it back. I don't come on here pushing people to send us money. You can tell by my conversation, I'm not broke, but it's fun doing this. And I don't know if you're a follower of mine, but right now I am injured and not allowed to work. Well, I can't put a shoe on yet. I still have raw meat. The skin is still forming over the raw meat wound I had. If you wanted to become a member of my Patreon, you could see the entire process of what happened. But I got a small cut. It got infected. It got to be 2.5 by 2.5, and my foot swelled up very big. Okay, so let me say thank you, and there's no reason for other than just pure love. Thank you for that. So I'm still going through the comments here. Wes Salesman says it's hard to use dynamite, and I used a lot of dynamite. I used to shed off 300 pounds twice a day. That's a lot of dynamite on one job. Sometimes twice a day. We try to get 2 shots off in a day. 60, 60, 60 pounds of 50-50 dynamite with 6 caps in each 6-inch hole. The holes were 40 to 60 feet deep. 60 pounds of dynamite. 2 starters, they call them starters. 2 starters, 2 pigs, 2 starters, 2 pigs, 2 more starters. You fill the hole up with rocks with the wire in there. You bring your wire up to your charge, to your switch, and we used to set off 5. We used to drill 5 holes, fill the holes, put the wires in, and try to get everything shot by 1 o'clock. And then if we had to stay till 6, if it was summer, we could stay till 6. You're not allowed to blast at night. That's another thing. You people think I give you a bunch of garbage. I know all the rules for all the stuff I talk about. You can't blast in the dark. You got to have a boat. We would blast in for an underground sewer tunnel. You got to have at least 1 boat in the wintertime and 2 boats in the summertime with sirens blasting and horns blasting. Everybody has to be back 1,000 feet. So I used a lot of dynamite. I know how to use dynamite. I could even use the dynamite, but I'm not. They won't let me have dynamite anymore. Okay. Okay. Found the link. I suggest you go up. I'm reading it. Thank you. Scott, my friend, thank you for finding that information out about somebody that understood Philippines law. And from what Scott said, nobody is getting out of jail if you are accused of child rape, if the accusation holds a life sentence, or if one other thing that Scott said that I forgot. But he's not getting out of jail because his crimes, alleged crimes, cover 3 things that Scott said you can't get out of jail from. Thomas Pert says, "What is in the water?" It's a spice. I'm going to get to Robin Williamson. Thank you. That just popped up. Let me address you separately. Thank you very much. Okay. Thomas Perth says, "What is in that water?" So what's in this water, Daisy? You want to get it? Is a spice called anise. It looks like a seed. All right, maybe you can see it better here.
Star anise.
Star anise. And it looks like seeds, it looks like a clover. In fact, it's in the clover family. If you use this, honey, where's my knife? Behind. I got it. I got it. Thank you. I'm going to show you what it looks like because it's a good question. And anybody that's watching that has been putting lemon in their water or likes flavored water but knows that after 2 days the lemon turns the water sour because it forms a fungus, anybody that's watching this video that does what I ask you to do in a few minutes is going to remember me for their lifetime. Okay? Okay, this is what is called star anise. It's in the clover family. Okay, it smells like licorice. You can take a piece off of it. You could break a piece off and put it in your mouth and just let it soak in your mouth, and it's going to taste like licorice. Or you could put one of these in a 1 gallon jug. I put 3 in a 2 gallon jug, 3-star anise like this. You could chew it like candy too. You put 3 of these in a 2 gallon jug. You let the water soak for a few hours, and your water tastes like licorice. So I'm going to take this because those old ones, but it has other benefit that I'm going to describe in a minute. You take this, put it in a jug, and I'm going to put another one in there because this is my day bottle. This will get tasting like licorice in just a few minutes because there's so many star anise in the bottom in the jar. There's probably 20 of them. Every time it starts to get a little weak. But the good thing about this is the water doesn't turn sour or bitter, and the saliva from your mouth that goes backflow into the bottle does not cause a bacteria to form. So you can put this in your water, leave it out in the sun in a bottle for 2 weeks after you drank half the bottle, and come back and the saliva did not form bacteria. If you put lemon in the bottle after 3 days in the heat, the water will be sour and you couldn't drink it. You could drink it, but it would taste terrible. Might even get sick. But this stuff, it stops the water from turning sour, it stops the bacteria from your mouth from fermenting in the water, and it tastes delicious like licorice. That's the answer. So it's a good question, and I hope that you do this. And this whole package of star anise costs 20 cents. And with this, you could make 25 gallons of water, no problem. Depends on how strong you want the licorice taste, how long the water stays in contact with this. When you dump the water out, some of these float for a while, so you just have to put a strainer in the funnel back into your next bag. I'm eating it raw. I love it raw. Okay. Connie Ford is another member of my Patreon account. I'm trying to come work, mate. Mike could use some knowledge of carpentry. Well, when I get to that part, you're a true member of my Patreon account. You'll be seeing the videos. And if you take time, there's 3 floors of work plus the foyer on the top. I'm sure there'll be something for you to do if you want to learn. Anybody that wants to learn can learn. And the Tanduay rum mouthwash that I use is 100% is all the only thing I use to brush my teeth or mouthwash is Tanduay rum. 4 ounces into a 10-ounce bottle. That's all that Daisy uses. Did you have any cavities this time?
No.
She's been with me for 2.5 years. She had a cavity the first month. As soon as I met her, we put her in the dentist. She had 1 cavity in a whole lifetime. Now you have 1 or 2.
No.
Did you had a yeah? She had 1 before I met her, small one, and one when I met her. And she hasn't had a cavity since. And we use 4 ounces of rum in a 10-ounce bottle to brush our teeth with, and that's it. We've had a tube of toothpaste for over a year. And if we do use toothpaste, we use such a small amount, it's less than what you see in this little dot of less than that on the toothbrush. Now, Robert Williamson. Now, I said I don't want people to send me money, and then you send money. Okay. If you have something, first of all, that sounds ungrateful. But you're saying that you're retired and living on a fixed income. Okay. Please don't ever do that again. I don't want somebody on a fixed income taking money away from something that they could have for themselves. Maybe a treat for Robert Williamson is pizza, or maybe it's like a custom deluxe hamburger. I don't want people who can't afford it or where it makes a difference. I don't ask people for money for that reason. I tell people what I can give you on my Patreon account, and anybody that wants to will receive those benefits. But Robert Williamson, when you tell me that you're living on a fixed income, to me that means you have X amount of dollars, and then you are maybe this is a percentage point of this week's, maybe it's 5% of this week's allowance. I don't expect it. If this in any way hurts you, if this in any way makes a difference, a big difference in your life, besides buying Daisy pizza, if take it back, if that's possible. I don't know anything about this stuff, but please don't do it again. Now, there was a man on my Patreon account that told me something similar, and I begged him to reduce the amount of money to a third of what he had sponsored on my Patreon account, and he did. And I told him I would give him all the benefits because he explained to me some things, and we talked on the phone. And I said I'd give him the benefits of a much higher subscription rate. And then he and you know, that's the kind of person that everybody should be. But I don't want you taking if it's a percentage where makes a difference to you. I don't want your money. I am not. If I needed money, if I wanted to subsidize the hotel and get the hotel built, let's say I decided next year, because I want to teach Daisy how to build the first floor. I want her one more year experience of building. Okay. If I decided that I didn't have enough money to finish the hotel after a year, finish it completely, hire a company or a crew, I could put out the ability to get the money to do this from some of my subscribers. But I don't want people with a fixed income where it makes a difference sending me money. I'm not broke. I'm not going to run out of money this year. I'm not going to run out of money next year. I'm not going to run out of money the next year after that, or the year after that, or the year after that. Building the hotel is going to use up some of my savings and some of my future income. Well, it's going to use up whatever I have saved now and some of my future income from another project that we have. But but I am not broke. And hold on. Would you please? I am not broke, and I do thank you. But anybody who thinks that I'm broke is mistaken. I live in a frugal manner because. Thank you, sweetheart. See, now this one only has one. Okay. So Robert Williamson. Okay. He's always loved my videos. So he's been a long time subscriber because there have been people been watching me for 8 years. And actually, now that I am looking seriously at your face, your picture looks familiar. Thank you. Thank you so much. I have so many comments to address. I'm just not going to address them all. Ones that I've already addressed, I'm going to just bypass. And ones that are personal information, you need to understand you have to become a Patreon member to receive personal information about my personal life. And I have videos to that effect. And my personal life is available on Patreon only. Thank you for the question. It's an intelligent question. Anybody else? Michael White, I know you asked the question. I do know that you come and ask questions, but that's a personal question. My personal videos and personal responses to questions like that are on Patreon. Might even have to call you up and discuss things with you. But rest assured, with all the videos I put out, everything I do is on the up and up. Okay, uh-oh, had an accident by dropping a 12-inch chef knife. That could hurt. If it landed between the bones, that's one thing. But if it went across the bones and did a little bone damage, God, that must hurt like a son of a gun. Okay, a Brits Philippines destination. Yeah, you know, I don't know. I can't explain 3 hours and 35 minutes. Love to. Okay, you're gonna have to watch. And what I want to tell people is if they decide to watch this after the live stream ends, the resolution is going to be terrible for about 2 days. It literally takes YouTube 2 days to render this video where the clarity of the video is where it should be. Brown oxtails. You know, I got to tell you something. Uh-oh, said how to cook brown oxtails with star anise. My brother is the only person I know that eats oxtails, and he buys these square boxes. They're like this big square, about that long. He buys them by the box when they're available. He buys everything in the store. We have a separate freezer downstairs, and he buys every oxtail available, and he loves them. Personally, I had them. It's okay, but wouldn't be something I'd spend my life looking for. Yeah, Robin Williamson, I've heard that. I've heard a lot of things about the benefits of silver, period. Like, I'm going to show you something that you're going to be interested in right now. Okay? This medicine, silver sulfadiazine. I don't know why it's not showing up. Silver sulfadiazine. That's the medicine that formed new skin on my feet. Then naturally, I asked the doctor if it had silver in it, and yes, it does. So there's a lot of benefits to silver compounds. And the doctor explained to me that the silver also helps kill the bacteria on my foot in the wound from forming further. So putting silver in a water barrel would make sense. Because if it kills the bacteria in my foot and keeps the infection from spreading or happening, then it would kill the bacteria in water. So that's a pretty good point. Well, my tiny house is because we just don't have room to build. This is all the room we had. We West Sealman. This is all the room we had between the container and making spoil piles and bank piles, and the logistics called for a small house. Could have made it a little bit smaller, actually, would have been better, but not for me. I could sit in the middle of the house and reach the kitchen sink, the light, and the bed. And I'm not a big guy. But anyway, the house serves its purpose. It doesn't leak. It's warm. It's double insulated. It's double 3/8 insulation on the roof. foam insulation with a foil back double on the roof, then have a heavy impregnated canvas rubber tarpaulin. It's 12 by 12 house with a 16 by 16 top on the roof. And I draped it over 2 layers of insulation. Then I put 2x2s on the roof and then put plywood on top of the 2x2s. And then I used that for my platform to store my materials. So it's really got probably like an R12 or 14 factor on the roof. The walls are probably an R7 with the insulation and then cardboard on top of the insulation, or insulation and plywood nailed over the insulation. So it works just fine. Keeps out the heat and keeps in the aircon when I put the aircon on. And as far as frugal, it's a working man's house. And I will tell you that this house is probably better than 95% of the Filipino structures in the provinces that you're ever going to run across. It has electric, it has water, it has aircon, it has heat, it has storage, it has Wi-Fi, it has hardwired computer, have a 3-foot, a 42-inch by 5-foot window overlooking the ocean. We have fans. We have an 11 cubic foot refrigerator. We have a water cooler, which we don't plug in. Nobody in their right mind would ever plug in a hot and cold water cooler unless it was a party. You leave that on for 3 hours, overnight, and your electric bill just doubles. It makes hot water here next to cold water here. And there's no insulation in between. So the hot water maker and the cold water maker are fighting itself. Not like an American-made hot and cold water. If you want hot and cold water for a party for an hour, that's just fine. But you can't leave. I left my hot and cold water cooler on once when my electric used to be 1,200 pesos a month. I left it on for, I don't know, could have been 36 hours. And my electric bill doubled. It went up to, it's 1,200 pesos for 36 hours of hot and cold water that I didn't use. I just forgot to unplug it. Never leave them things. Not the ones in the Philippines. Yeah, I lived in Bacolod for about 10 days. It rained for 10 days. Started raining the day I got there, and it stopped raining the day I left. Place is a giant puddle of mud for 10 days. So all I saw was rain. It rained all day and all night for 10 days. And that was right around Christmas. I don't know, it was maybe just before Christmas of 2014. I would never go. I wouldn't go back to Bacolod if you paid. You couldn't pay me to go to Bacolod. I wouldn't go back to Bacolod. You couldn't give me money to go to Bacolod. Nothing in Bacolod that I haven't seen or want to see. Wes Selman Sleeman says, yeah, most Filipinos would love this house. Yeah, it's got everything that you could see. Even has a door and a screen on the window. Imagine that. Stephen Park says he loves when I tell everybody they're number one. I have a bad attitude, okay? I don't know how to say this without, I'm not going to mention anybody's name, but I will tell you that if I told you who I told off, or some of the names of the people that I told off, like go here or go there, I could tell you the names of the people and you would know them. Okay. And I'm still alive. Okay. I could literally do that. I am one of the few people in this world that could say some of the things that I could tell you and it would be true. And I could tell you the names of the people and where I was standing when I said it to the people. I could tell you their name, and you would almost any man my age, or almost anybody from America my age, would recognize that person's name. I got a bad attitude. So when I tell you you're number one, if you think I care about the consequences, I don't. I never cared. I'm never going to care, and you're not going to make me care. Okay? The people that come on here with the left-handed compliments and abuse me, they think that I let that I don't understand. That a guy who called me a baboy, pig, I get that all the time. I'm big. I'm fat. I have fat on me. Okay, I'm a big fat guy. But I'm not useless. I'm not I'm not fat like other people. Like if you look, I don't have that triple jowl jaw. This shit happened a couple of years ago. I don't know where the hell this shit came from. But I'm not I'm pretty agile for a big fat guy. Okay, so Robert Williamson said, "What is my Patreon account name?" Okay, I can give you the link. I'll be happy to give you the link. If you're really interested and you want to check it out, you can subscribe for a month, watch 400 videos, and unsubscribe. Okay? If I have some stuff up there. I do marriage counseling. Imagine that. I'll get you the link, Robert. Hold on a moment, please. I have to go to my homepage, to my now. If for some reason it doesn't work, what did I just do? I don't know. Sometimes some of these things don't work, but this is the right link. I know. I recognize it because I know what my link is. I know the words in my link. So this link will bring you directly to my account. But anybody that's watching the video can go to my homepage, and I don't do Facebook. I've been to Facebook once in the last 3 months, and I had to go to get Danny Gordon's information, and he wasn't there. It's there now in my Facebook account, but Danny Gordon wanted to talk to me on the phone, and I want to send him several hundred videos or 100 or so videos of my best and brightest, most politically incorrect videos, because Danny Gordon did one of those things. What the hell is a super chat? Danny Gordon did a couple, and totally uncalled for, not solicited, and not necessary. Okay, he likes my videos. So I told Danny I'll put together a special list of videos for him. And that's what I'm going to do. And plus, he lives in the Philippines. So he would, and my age, approximately my age. I hope he's not as old as me, so he's got a few more years left. But okay, so that's now Robert Williamson. Let me tell you what you can do on the Patreon account. Okay, you can see the different levels. Now, at the dollar level, there are only some of my old construction videos when I first started digging and to fix the machine repair. At the $3, I'm not reading this, but at the $3 level, it goes to some of my comedy videos and some local videos, but are just simple. And then at the $5 level, I kind of put the short comedy videos that were legal to still put on YouTube, but they were iffy. In other words, some of my content is to the point where if I put it on age restricted, then some people could view it, but they could also flag it to have it removed, not a strike. That's different than a strike. So it could be flagged to be removed, even though it's not monetized. So those are where the $5 ones. Now the $10 videos, they could be flagged for a strike even if they were not monetized. YouTube has a lot of rules. You'd have to understand their rules. No one does, but so the videos that I only send out via email, they would just have your channel taken down for those. If you posted them, let's say I posted one of those videos on YouTube, it wouldn't be 3 strikes necessary to take your channel down. Your channel would just come down. But being that I post them in Patreon, it has nothing to do with YouTube. It's okay. So you have that benefit of watching 400 of that type of video, and just about everything is available. I would say 99% is available at the $10 mark, at the $10 subscription. So if you wanted to go on there for a month and have a month of entertainment and then quit, and if that's what you could even download the videos if you want. It's okay for me. You could, if you had a channel, you could post them on your channel. I can't post them on my channel. You could repost them on your channel. It might get you a strike. It might get your channel shut down, but that's a benefit. That's another benefit. You could download them and repost them and send them to your friends. And the other benefit is if you have a personal question about coming to the Philippines, I can save you money on airline tickets. I can save you money on hotel accommodations. I can tell you how to use the internet to save money on an airline ticket. Now, Scott, who went to bed, I told him a certain procedure to look and search for airline tickets. And the airline's tickets started out, let's just say they started out at $2,000. Okay. That's about what they started out at, too. But let's just say they started out at $2,000, a little less. And I told them, look, do this, do this, do this, and do this. And it's going to come. And then wait for them to resolicit you. But do these things, do these 4 or 5 things. And by the end of the month, the tickets were 40% less to come to the Philippines. Now, I can tell you how to do that. I could make a video about it, but I won't do that. I got to get compensated for certain of my knowledge. I need to be compensated for. Because if I saved you $442 on an airline ticket and you became a Patreon member for $10 a month, that would be a 3.5-year subscription that I just saved you. If you think I'm going to do that for you for free, save you $400 without being compensated, it ain't going to happen. But those are then I could get you a hotel right where I live at a 33% discount. No problem. I'm going to guarantee. And we're not talking about a lot of money to begin with. But I'll get you 33% discount. Nobody else can do that. Honey, you want me to put the aircon on? She's sleeping like a log. She loves to sleep. Okay, Daisy's sleeping. Okay. a Brits Philippine destination. You need to ignore and block the trolls. They are worthless. I called a couple of them. They're parasites. They're parasitic in nature. But when they make a derogatory comment, I give them the option to send me a link to prove who they are, who knows? I might be talking to another tugboat captain. I might be talking to another dock builder. He might be walking steel. He might have been a man that walked steel like me. Might have been a man who put up waffle sheets 8 stories high. He might be a real man. He might be an underwater welder. But I give them the opportunity to send me information to prove that they are, by my definition, a man, and they disappear. Or they keep saying stupid stuff, and then I delete them. Stephen Parks wants to know if we teach each other different dance moves. Dude, I'm the dance instructor here. Any dances that you saw Daisy do, I taught her those steps. I don't do them myself because I have a bad knee. My knee goes out. But all the dancing, all the Zumba, all the aerobics dances that Daisy do, I'm the instructor, baby. That's right. I'm number one. Robert Williamson, thank you. Thank you. You're going to say goodnight. Best wishes. Daisy's sleeping already, Robert. Thank you very much for your more than generous contribution. And I hope you enjoyed. And uh, let me see. Let me tell you, Robert Williamson. If you don't want to become a member of my Patreon account, okay, here's what I'll do for you. Okay, go to my home page. Go to the About section. Go to Open that About section up. Go to the bottom of the page on the right-hand side. You're going to see Michael Fazio Facebook. Click the link to Michael Fazio Facebook. Send me your name, put your name in there, and your email address. Daisy's putting together a package of videos that are some of my best videos. Now, some of them are not on Patreon. I have about 2,500 videos that are not on YouTube for that reason. About 1,000 of them would never have been put on YouTube. They were just made when I was in a different state of consciousness. Okay, so that's what you do, Robert. Go to my About page, go to my Facebook page, give me your email address, and when Daisy gets the list of videos put together, I'll send you the list of semi-private links. And thank you and good night. Thank you very much. I guess I'm supposed to know that language. Norimers, do you speak English? Because I don't really speak that language. Not my, I'm going to. Okay, you're an asshole. But you're a funny asshole. Okay. It's kind of like it's a joke that the word that he said, me por the oculus. It's actually it's a type of cartoon character. It's okay. It's nothing bad. But he just wants to be it's comedy. It's comedy for somebody like me, but I'm okay with it. So if you want to Google what he put in those words, the me pudu colas, it's funny, but not something I would post. If I didn't know somebody, I wouldn't post it. But it's okay. He is Brazilian, and in that country, that would be light comedy. So thank you for the link. You are confused, Wes Seaman, because you're not a Patreon member. It is confusing. And Nora Mers, I love you. All right. Well, that'd be okay if you were a real hot babe. I don't know who you are, though. And then, of course, there's Daisy May, who I would never even conceive of cheating on. So it's going to have to be a platonic love affair. But thanks for posting that comedy. My girl Daisy May is more than all the woman I could ever ask for. Okay. All right. I need to get just a little bit of something to eat. Took a break there. All right, well, tell you what, we're into this for 4 hours. Does anybody have a serious question? Let's see. This guy Muhammad retracted his question. Yeah, it's confusing. If you're not a Patreon member, you have no idea what's going on here. Sorry about that. And I don't care whether you become a Patreon member or not. But basically, if you were a Patreon member and I called you up on the phone or spoke with you on Skype, you would understand what's going on here. It's like my hotel and my building and stuff like that. It's all what I'm building. Pretty personal. I'm in a public venue. It's not like I'm not hiding anything, but people that want to know what's taking so long and why it took so long, I have all those videos up on Patreon. You'd have to sort through them because I don't know where they are. I don't remember the names of the videos that I post, and I don't remember the content of the video I post. I don't remember what I say in the videos. I don't remember where I say it. I don't remember key points of the video that you point out in your comments, and I don't want to remember that. I have 5,000 videos. I have 5 channels. I have channels that I have not been to in 2 years that have 5,000 subscribers. I have not even visited. I visited one the other day. It has 5,400 subscribers. When I put it up 5 years ago, I put about 30 videos on the channel, and I have 5,000 subscribers. I have no idea what's in any of those videos. What I do know that some of those videos, actually, I would have to look at the dates of when I made those channels. Maybe some of them are even from 2010 with my original videos. I don't know. But I have 5,000 videos. 2,400 are public, 2,600 are not published, but I have 4 other channels with stuff on it that I don't know what it is. None of them ever got taken down. They may have gotten strikes, and the strikes went away for but I do know that on some of those channels, I looked at one the other day. There were videos. I don't know how I didn't get my channel taken down. I made those private, put them on Patreon. All right, then. If nobody has any questions, I'm going to have breakfast and lunch. Okay. Nobody has any questions. Let me see something. I just want to see one thing. It says that 39 people are watching. Now, I think that's pretty good. Considering I don't have much to say and my personality is very boring, I want to thank you all very much. You know, I'm very shy. I don't know what to say. Anyway, business class. My turtle glasses. Anybody have a pair of these? Charlie wants to see me when the airport opens up in Panglao. That should be soon. Anybody have a pair of 1970s turtle glasses? I do. I had these glasses since I was a sophomore in high school. In fact, I didn't even see them for 35 years. I was going through a box one day with records in it. I found what I found inside the record sleeve was amazing. It wasn't pot. I found a shitload of $100 bills inside one, and I guess I must have been from when I was working in high school. I was stashing it in my record. Surprised it wasn't in the Pink Floyd Money album, but it wasn't. And then I found these in the same box, and then I found some jewelry. It was a good day. 1972 $100 bills. probably 35 years. Probably found him when I found him when I was getting ready to move to the Philippines. When I knew I was moving to the Philippines, I started separating my stuff. I guess it was 2006. So I'm getting ready to retire for the last time. So, so Robert, okay. Okay, Charlie Y. Okay, well, when that happens, before I meet you, Charlie, I'm going to tell you the same thing I tell everybody else. First, you have to become a member on my Patreon account so that you can send me your information, who you are, where you live, your driver's license number, and your telephone number and your email address. I don't meet anybody without that information. I want to know who you are before I make arrangements to meet you. I'm not saying you're a bad guy, but before I'm going to take the time out to meet you, I want to know who I'm meeting. And then I want to talk to you on the phone. Okay, he says it's no problem. It shouldn't be a problem. It's just that meeting people over the internet and through the internet is not a wise decision. I I could tell you the story. I already said it in several. I met people on the internet where I went all the way to a certain area in on the island of Bohol, and I'm going to get to why I'm in Bohol question soon. And it was a disaster. The guys were. The man was an alcoholic. He was. His girlfriend, for some reason, his girlfriend was in charge of him and giving me directions, which lasted. It was 5 seconds. It lasted before I put her in her place, and he backed up. Okay, he knew better than to be where he was. He was too close. He was in my space when his girlfriend said something to me that was totally off the chain, telling me, giving me orders, made it very specific orders of what I need to do and why I need to do it. And I snapped. Okay. Now that was one guy. And he wasted 3 days of my life. And that was one disaster. And there was another guy that was another disaster. I won't get involved with that. Supposed to meet to go on a hike. He was an hour and a half late. And this is both we were going to do the same hike because at that point I lived at that part of the Philippines. And then when we're leaving to go on the hike, we're with a woman. I thought it was his wife. He was about 50 years old. He was French. While we're leaving to go on the hike, the guy says, "By the way, is there a place to rest and relax?" I said, "Yeah, we're going to go along the beach for about 4 kilometers." He goes, "Good." He goes, "I just wanted to let you know I'm gay." I said, "What? What are you telling me?" He goes, "Well, if you and I could relax for a while, we could sit down and shoot the breeze." I said, "We're done. We're done. Goodbye." And I got up and walked away. Now, but I spent 4 hours talking to this guy the night before in a bar and on the beach. So if you're gay, that's good. But I don't want to know about it. Okay. And if you hit on me and the fact that you're gay, that's not going to work out so well either. I got to tell you, this guy telling me he was gay, he was telling me that him and I could do things, whatever. I said, "What? What do you tell?" He goes, "Well, if you and I could sit down and relax." I was sitting one step below him on a concrete step behind a restaurant on Lona Beach. I stood up. I looked at him and I said, "Dude, we're not going on any hike. I don't give a flying shit whether you're gay or not, but you're asking me if I want to relax with you. We're done." So you should be grateful that we're in a public place. And I got up and walked away. And there was a lot of people around, and they all heard that. Okay. I'm not gay. I have no intention on being gay. I'm not interested in finding out what it's like to be gay. I'm not interested in trying ladyboys. I got my so these are the two people that I met that it turned out to be a disaster. So if this gentleman, Charlie Y, wants to give me the information that I request before I meet people, that's no problem. I'll meet you. Thank you, Charlie. Thank you for sharing that. There's no problem. Now, John Workers, what caused you to end up in Bohol? It's the nicest island in the Philippines with the best accommodations. Plus, they were building a hotel, and I've been in areas where they were building an airport, and I've been in areas where new airports are being built, and it's just a booming economy. It means there's going to be hospitals, restaurants, gas stations, and any more questions in regards to that, you can become a Patreon member. Right now, it's 4 hours and I don't know, 10 minutes. I'm going to say goodbye, everybody. Thank you very much for stopping in. God day to everybody from Michael Fazio and Daisy May in the Philippines, baby. Let's see. Daisy made this for me. Want to see what a sweet girl Daisy is? I'm going to end us with a good note. See this thing? Whatever this thing is called, I don't know. To me, it's a beautiful thing. On my birthday, okay, that doesn't work. Ah, there it is. You can see through it. On my birthday, Daisy made me. Oh, she knows how I like fried eggs, and she knows how I like um, ketchup, real ketchup, like Heinz ketchup, and she knows that I would like bacon, and she knows I like French fries. She made French fries. Well, we only have a rice cooker. I'm gonna buy a electric stove next week because we're gonna clean this place up a little bit. We're gonna make room for a small one burner electric stove. So she made me this for my birthday with a big smile on. One of the videos has it, but for Christmas she made this, and each one of these pieces that you see is a single strip of paper about 3 inches long by 3/4 of an inch wide. And on this little thing, this was my Christmas present this year. She bought the paper back in last August, I guess. And she started cutting these strips, and I'm going, "What are you doing?" She goes, I'm just making." Like she didn't tell me what she was. I'm just making. She's creating, in other words. Okay. And then each day she would fold these little pieces of paper up at the end of the day when we finished working, and she'd take these papers and fold them into these little triangle pieces with wings. Okay. And then she just would throw them in white box, orange box, orange strips, white strips. And she just kept doing that for like 3.5 months. And then when she had enough of these, or what she wanted, she started putting them together. There's no detailed design here. It's not gonna come out with an Illuminati period or something like that. Yalo Abdul Muhammad, thank you for the compliment. Great show. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. So Daisy, she makes these things for 3.5 months, and she starts putting them together. I don't know what it was because I don't pay a lot of attention when Daisy's sewing or creating. She doesn't pay a lot of attention. So it turns out to be this thing, which is really, I guess you could use it for a pen holder, or I guess you could use it for a pair of eyeglasses. Not those eyeglasses, but I probably could use it for my turtle glasses. No, not those either. Okay, well, it's a pencil and pen holder. Okay, so it's made out of paper, but this meant more to me than anything that she could have bought. And of course, somebody would say, "Well, some people are really critical about the girls in the Philippines that I'm giving Daisy money." I don't give Daisy any money. Daisy works with me all day long on the track hoe If we're taking the oil filters off, she's taking the oil filters off. If we're doing a grease job, she's doing a grease job. If we're loading the grease gun, she's holding the grease gun. If we're doing welding, she does her own. She does her own. She does half the welding. She loves welding. So I don't give Daisy any money. She works for her money. She went on vacation. She could have had any amount of money that she wanted. She chose a certain amount of money to take, and then she brought back money from the vacation. Okay, and it wasn't a lot. She's a good girl, Daisy. So I just wanted to tell you that, share that with you. That Daisy's a wonderful girl. I want to, and this is the kind of thing that Daisy does in her free time. She's a good girl. Okay. A lot of that guy, the one, the only Bobby, said that Daisy's going to just use me for my money. How's that possible? If Daisy gives me children, not if, when Daisy gives me children and she helps me build this hotel. How did she use me? The one, the only, the Bob, you moron. How did she use me? She did half the work. She gave me children. She's, you can't ask for more than Daisy May. Okay? So people that say, oh, this is nothing, this means a lot to me. It took her 3.5 months to do this. She probably could have did it in a week or maybe a couple of days if she just sat down and worked. But this is in her free time. So I'm very happy here in Bahal. I'm happy that I met Daisy. And I'm going to say, that's it. I'm going to say goodbye to everybody. I just wanted to leave off on a good note. Happy Daisy Mays to you, baby. You're all number one. Thanks for watching. God day to everybody. From Michael Fazio and
Daisy May.
you want to come say goodbye? Come on. Polly hold. She was sleeping. Polly hold. It's another wonderful thing about Daisy May. Bye. Bye for Adrian and Connie. Okay, bye, Adrian and Connie. Now, there's another wonderful thing about Daisy May. Not only is she creative and loving and thoughtful and caring. Oh, what happened? Wait, what happened? Wait, I lost you guys. Hold on. Okay. Whoa. Not only is she wonderful, loving, and caring, but you could wake her up from a dead sleep and she has a smile on her face. Okay? She could be dead, she could be sleeping sleeping in REM sleep, and she has a smile on her face when she wakes up in the morning. Right now, she was just taking, now she just wakes up with a smile on her face, and she knows where she is. She's aware of what she needs to do. I asked her, please come and say goodbye. She opened up her eyes, and she said goodbye. Say goodbye.
Bye. Thanks for watching.
And God day to everybody from Michael Fazio and
Daisy May.
in the Philippines, baby. I'm Thing Permy. Happy Daisy Mays to you. Now, I got to shut off this thing. I have to close this down. So you see the pyramid and the stream. And the stream. There it is. Ending, baby. The end.